Honorable members, good morning. Honorable Deputy Chair, self-appointed, good morning. No, he appointed himself a long time ago. Good morning, and members of the Auditor General team, good morning as well, and welcome, and thank you for being here and preparing these presentations. The members got I think somebody's mic is on. Am I mistaken? It feels like there's a microphone that's on. No? Oh, okay. So what I'd like to ask in your presentations you do before you begin, because you obviously spend a lot of time with these, and in this case it's municipalities. You spend a lot of time with them. We don't have the color that you have. And so it usually helps the committee to develop a better understanding if before you start getting into the PowerPoint slides to just paint the picture as you experienced it. You don't need to say anything that is outside of your findings, but it's usually helpful. So what we find is that, you know, the conversation really deepens when the person who's presenting puts the presentation aside or in summary, and then just paints a picture and describes what they experience. It helps deepens our understanding. When you just go to the specific technical issues, sometimes we may miss why it is so important, right? So please, if you can do that, just describe the experience and the context behind some of the findings that you've made. It would really be helpful. I have looked at the presentation, for instance. I'll make an example for our Tambo. There is the time that it takes to collect a debt and how long it takes to pay invoices. Now, on its face, you can see what that means. But do we really understand how that comes to be? You might have an idea. So just always try and give us a little bit of color. I don't think it's anything any of you don't know with the entities you audit, but it will just help the committee to deepen its own understanding so that we can then develop our oversight program accordingly. Otherwise, thank you very much. Honorable Skosana, you're looking at me like...
Yeah, Chair, I just want to make good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members and my colleagues. Just wanted to ask them to, I'm not sure whether these seats are reserved for other people. If not so, please, if we can see them, let's talk to them directly, please.
So thanks, Honorable Skosana. So I was going to say is, can you do, so I understand that not everyone is working on the same audit, right? So because we're going to have question time, those who are going to be dealing with this audit, please sit here. Those who are going to be, so you then change like that. Otherwise, it becomes difficult to point to somebody who's sitting over there and they answer and we can't see them. Thank you.
Chair, they are beautiful, please.
This is a nice committee. We don't, can you see? we are going to get to this soon. You know, once you've armed us, then we're going to start fighting, but we are still getting the ammunition now, so which is our own understanding, the depth of our own understanding. So thank you very much. I'm not going to waste time. So if we can really just get through the presentation, because the members have had sight of it, so just really give us color on the most important things, like I said, and then we will move to questions, which is really important for our understanding, and then we will set you free, and then we deal with the next one. Thank you very much. If you could introduce yourselves first, and then we get going.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning. Good morning to the honorable members as well as to my colleagues from the Office of the Auditor General that are here with us. Speaking is Feziwe Dazanambeki, who was the engagement manager at Tambo District Municipality in the Eastern Cape. Next to me is my deputy business unit leader, Mr. Sabelo Mavundle. And then next to him is Vatiswa Matanda, who's a current engagement manager at the Tambo District Municipality in the current year. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I will just shoot straight to what we have requested us to do. Why is it not showing?
Sorry, I just want to make sure we've got the presentation up. Oh yeah, there it is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be talking to, as indicated, to the district or Tambo District Municipality. I'm just giving you a background, as you said. The municipality in the past 3 years, maybe I'll just look at it in the past 3 years. There had been instability within the municipality, whereby you'll find out there is acting municipal managers. You'll find out within a year, you'll find out that you've got maybe 3 acting municipal managers, acting CFOs, and before the new administration, you would see that there is instability within the council as well, whereby you'll notice that there are different. How do we see it? You see it by you get invitation from different council members. The other one will be led by the other group, and the other one will be led by the other group. So it's making it difficult for you to know exactly which council that you need to talk to. So there were those instabilities, and then the instabilities of both the administrative leadership as well as the political leadership. They had an impact on the staff. When you need information, you would see that even when you are requesting information from the staff, you'll find out, okay, this one maybe it's just the assumption that you are getting, because there's no evidence for that, that this one it's working for that particular municipality. But I think things, they started to change in the year, not the year that we are talking to, that is 2022-23, the year before, when they had an administrator who stayed there for a year. At least things, they looked better, because at least you'd know whom to contact when you find some discrepancies, so that you get clarity, you have a conversation. And then in the year that we have audited, before the year end, the municipality appointed the municipal manager as well as the CFO. The other CFO, he went for, there were investigations, and then he resigned. And then there were also other senior members that were suspended within the municipality. So there was that instability. But the year that we're auditing, that is last year, they appointed an MM and a CFO, but they came after the effect because they didn't stay there for the full year. And then you would see...
Sorry, we didn't stay for the full year?
The new MM, the one that has been appointed, I think he started in July last year. So he was not there the full year that we are auditing, but you could see the impact, because when you needed documentation, you'd feel that there is a person now who's at the leadership that can direct the municipality, as well as the CFO. The CFO, I think the CFO was appointed 2 months before year end, but you could see the interactions on knowing what was going wrong, interacting with our office so that they can be able to make the restatement to understand fully what was wrong within the municipality. So, Chairperson, let me go to the presentation. Maybe some of the aspects, they will appear while I'm talking. But all of these things, they had a very negative impact on the service delivery. That is the water services that are needed by the community in the Tambo region.
Thank you. So if you can skip there, so we take a lot of AG presentations. We do not dislike seeing it, but we get it also. Just get to the to the meat of the audit, if that's okay.
Okay. Let me just wait for it to be in that screen as well. Okay, I'll just leave the mission and the vision as indicated. But I'd like that accountability ecosystem. I'll just be brief because that one is our culture shift mandate. The ecosystem that I'm going to talk to, the way that I normally explain to my auditees is that the ecosystem, it's not a new term, the word ecosystem, but you're going to combine it with accountability. What do we mean by that? In an ecosystem, everyone who is in that particular ecosystem, they need to be active in order for the ecosystem to be alive. So I normally say the ecosystem, you can just go to Google to understand the word ecosystem. But in order for the ecosystem to work, everybody within that particular ecosystem, they need to be active so that it could function well. We are there in the accountability ecosystem now for the public funds. AG is at the center. And then we've got our the people that are making up the ecosystem, that it is the management, the officials led by the municipal manager, that is the accounting officer, assisted by the audit committees, the council, the oversight bodies, the provincial leadership, as well as yourselves. You are appearing under the parliament that is looking at, but at the end of the day, all of us, we are serving the citizen. So what we do as the Office of the Auditor General, we are using the insights that we have, as you said, that let me give you the background of what is happening, because I think we, the office, are the people that are able to see what is happening other than getting it from the media or what, but we can be able to get the documentations of what is happening. And then we use that insight and we influence the people that we can influence. We are hoping that you are also going to influence you here at the parliament so that we make the citizens of the Tambo region to benefit more on the spending of the funds. And then if it happens that with our influence, there are things that they are not in a positive situation, that is where we see that there are some legalities. It's where we use, we apply the enforcement, whereby we use our mandate and then we recover whatever we need to recover back to the funds. And then we're hoping that the citizen, but in order for us to do this, everybody in that particular ecosystem, they need to participate well so that the accountability ecosystem could function. I tried to summarize, Chairperson. In the audit, the prior audit that we did, what were the major recommendations that we had? As I'm looking at, when we're looking at the financial statements, we're looking at the performance, we would see that there was a lack of daily and monthly reconciliation. Like we would see that the things were happening without someone looking if what we're doing, is it according to the plan? Are we following the laws and regulations? Are our accounts balancing so that at the end, what we are producing at the end, it's what we needed? And also we would see that the municipalities, the municipality, they were not aligned with the supply chain policies. I think I'll get deep when I'm talking to the presentation on what do I mean about that. And then we'll see that the planning for the water, as I indicated, that the district municipality is responsible for supplying the water services, but would see that the planning, it's not aligned with the products that we needed for the municipality. So when we are looking at the prior recommendations that we have given to the municipality, we'll see that the recommendations were not fully implemented, and you would see when you are looking at the progress that they've made, some they have started and some they have not even been started. So the recommendations were based on what we're looking at. As per presentation, the financial statements of the municipality, they have been receiving a qualified opinion until last year. I think that last year it's going to talk to the fact that I said the new municipal manager and the new CFO, they made sure that they were trying to listen to our recommendations that we made, that is to account for everything correctly. Meaning that it doesn't mean that the things that we said they are being done, they are not done. But if they have irregular expenditure, they will disclose all of it. Remember, committee members, is that there are these expenditures that we don't want. That is irregular expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Those expenditure, they sit in the financial statement, but it doesn't mean those expenditure are wanted expenditure. They are unwanted expenditure, even if the municipality can disclose. But at the end of the day, a proper municipality must not have those type of expenditure in their financial records. So you think that they got an unqualified, is that it's because they have disclosed all what they have to disclose, but those expenditures are the expenditures that we need to make sure that they are not existing within the accounting records. So they got the unqualified opinion last year, and then they also changed in the performance report, and also they had findings with on compliance. But I'll talk to them while I'm talking to the rest of the presentation. And then on the financial health, we had identified that they've got longer days on the collection of debts from e-debtors. In the current year, they were collecting, it was 409 days, as opposed to last year, which was 114 days. And then on spending on repairs and maintenance, that is on the assets, that is infrastructure assets that they have, they were spending 1.7%, of which when we're looking at, it was not a good percentage, because you understand that to supply water service, you've got a lot of infrastructure, and then you need to be spending money on it to make sure that there's a continuity of providing of water within the community. And then we also notice the water distribution losses. If you can see, it's about 65%, which is way above the norm. Water losses, they do happen, but they need to be maintained, that they need not to be in that percentage. So they have got a huge percentage of water losses. And also, this is also linking to the services of the water supply services. And then,
sorry, can I ask? I just want you to just help us some more with the previous slide, if you can. It's part of that color I was asking for. If you can move back on it, and maybe it might help guide. So the average debt collection, it was 185, 21, 22, 198, 22, 23. Now, what the committee doesn't have from you is what it should be. You know, so we're now not able to assess whether what is the problem. Is it that it has declined, or what is an acceptable standard for them to meet, right? Similarly, with the creditor payment period, and I'm assuming that it's not just financial institutions, it's also suppliers and so on, right? So if you can just help us in that way, because then we can put things in perspective rather than just going through, you know, the numbers as they present here.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. With the average debt collection, I made a mistake. I said it's 409. I was talking to creditor. The debtor it's 198, and the creditor it's 409. The debtor, the policy is that they need to receive the amount that they have billed within 30 days. That's the policy, and that is the norm. Same applies with the creditors. You need to pay your creditor within 30 days. So for them, when they are collecting a debt, that is when they are collecting from whoever is owing them, they are taking 198 days. For them to pay creditors, including the suppliers, they are taking 409 days, of which they're supposed to be 30 days. The normal one, because once you start to take long to pay, you are attracting the interest, and then maybe some of the suppliers, maybe they would be scared to charge on interest, but now it would mean the cash flows of those suppliers, it's not balanced, because they are waiting for the service that they have implemented. And then with the debt impairment, I think I didn't talk about it. The debt impairment, that one, it means they have got these debtors, of which they are taking 198 days to collect the money. Most of their debtors, that is, there are people that are owing them. At the end of the year, they need to assess the probability of getting that money. So, now they are saying that about 80% of their debtors, the probability of getting that money is remote. So that's why we've got that ratio of 80%.
Sorry, I'm going to keep interrupting because I think that's important. Are you able to categorize these? So are we talking about rates collection? So just use terminology that is easy to follow, because this data is too broad. So are we talking about people not paying their, or is it not paying their rates where they should, or is it something else? Because I understand that, because I come from Ortam, so I think your bulk services are paid to the district municipality, right? Is that who you're talking about here? People aren't paying for water and so on. So just put it in a manner that is easy to follow.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. With Tambo, they are not dealing with rates. It's KSD who's doing the rates. Tambo, it's basically the water services, that is the water that is coming from the tap and the sanitation. So they are billing people for that, and then they are not getting back the money. That's what I mean, Chairperson.
So if you can put things like that.
Okay. Okay.
You mentioned there was a different entity you actually got the rates. Why is it not done by the municipality as well? Why is there a divide between one set doing bulk services and someone else doing rates? I don't understand that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. The mandate of the district municipality is only to supply water services, that is water and sanitation. And then the rates is for the local municipality, which is the locals that are falling under the district municipalities, your KSD, your Mhlonhlo, your Nyandeni, your Port St. John's, I've forgotten the fifth one, then Musa Hill, the fifth one. So all those local municipalities, what they do have the properties, they bill rates on those properties. And then they supply the district municipality so that the district municipality could know the people that are within the boundaries that need to be built, water, and then the water and sanitation services, it's done by the Tambo district municipality. That is how it's done in that district. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning through you, Chair. I think just to highlight also the 65% water distribution losses, which leads, of course, onto the problems with infrastructure. That is telling us that about 65% of the water within the reticulation or within the pipes is being lost and not being recovered. So the concern also with the minimal spending on repairs and maintenance shows that the infrastructure that we're dealing with is becoming worse and worse within the municipality. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to understand water loss. So if I can just give an example of how it would be helpful to the committee. I think if you had said that the municipality the district municipality has a problem collecting revenue for the bulk water services it provides. This appears to be the reason why, if you know, right? Similarly with the others. So with water loss, is 65% of all water lost? Does it mean it leaks? Does it get stolen? And so on. So when I said earlier, please give us a bit of color, I mean kind of giving us that kind of color, because when we do oversight, we need to know what questions to ask. So if you can describe things in that way for the rest of the slides, it would be easy. So we now understand about the creditor payment issues, that it's suppliers based. It takes over a year to pay someone, which is just completely unacceptable. But you may want to tell us later on, are they trying to manage problems with cash flows? Is it difficulties with the whole financial management system and so on? So if you can just talk like that, that's why I was encouraging you in the beginning to just try and do that to help us develop an understanding. Then we won't interrupt you so often, if that's helpful. Thank you. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. No, in addition to that information that we might be getting now, in explaining all of these debts and creditors, is the debtors. Remember, there's also the register of the people that are not supposed to be paying. And if you've got that out of these are indigents, and therefore it is actually also according to your own understanding, is that these will not get this money because these are on the register of indigents. These ones are supposed to be paying out of the 100% which is expected. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and the Honourable Member. I think we need to send you a separate information on the percentage of the indigent debtors as well as the other debtors, so that you can be able to have that information to know that out of this, which one, because I don't have currently now the information on the percentage of indigents as well as the other debtors. I've noted your suggested approach. I'll try to maintain it, but through you, Chairperson, if you feel that I'm not attending to what, I'm not offended if you interject me. You know, I've been sitting there for a year, for quite some time auditing, and I'm giving you 30 minutes. So there should be a difference, especially on expectation. The quality of financial statements, as much as we're saying that they received the unqualified audit opinion with findings, But before that, we have given them the chances to correct, as stated there, the financial statements in order for a municipality to receive unqualified audit opinion. It needs not to have the material misstatements on it. So we allowed them to correct those balances that appear on the, is it right, payables from exchange. I'm not gonna list all of them, but the root cause is that it relates to what I was saying, that there are no reconciliations that are done on a daily or monthly basis. They only do things when they are preparing the financial statements. That's why they've got a lot of misstatements. The municipality underspent on the conditional grants, and then the underspending of the conditional grants has got an impact of the service delivery, because they need to perform to deliver, but the money that they have been given, they couldn't spend all of it. Then we say the underspending affects the municipality's performance and might trigger further a reduction to the municipality conditional grants allocation, as it is evidenced by the current year 180 million that was adjusted, because once you are spending less, the money is being taken away, and then so that 180 million they had an under adjustment because they didn't use it. I might say, Chairperson, this underspending, it was caused by the municipality. I can't correctly remember the months, but there was a grant that was withheld by the National Treasurer due to, I think it was due to the background that I given you on instability of the administration, and I think the reasons behind. But there was the grant that was withheld, and then it was only given back to them towards the year end. So that was the reasoning that they put on behind on the underspending of, because they only had legal time to utilize the whole of the grant. And we're saying that the late payment to creditors may have a negative impact on service delivery. I think I've talked to that one. And then also on performance information, that is when they are reporting on their performance, they submitted, and then about 50% of the performance, they had misstatements, and then we allowed them to adjust. And then at the end, they corrected those misstatements. Fortunately, were the misstatements that they could amend. But what is critical that we have identified is that they have excluded in their performance, in their SDP, that is in their plan, the majority of projects that they did that are costing around 200 or 600 million when we're estimating, they didn't put them on their performance, so that we can be able to track if what they planned to do they have done. Like when you're looking at their performance report, you would say that these people they worked well, but they have excluded the projects, the major projects that they did that were supposed to be in that performance plan, so that you can be able to track if what they plan to do, have they done it or not. We've communicated with them that this is what we've found out, that they have excluded. So it was difficult now to see whether this planned project, they were according to plan or not. And then, Chairperson, this is relating also to lots of projects that were started by the municipality, whereby you'll find out that, I'll make an example. They want to do a water project in a certain location, ne? Instead of them completing the whole project, that is all the assets that are needed for that project to operate, they construct, maybe they'll just construct a borehole, ne? So that borehole, it won't have all the other assets, that is all other, like the, what is this? The windmill, like, it would be only a borehole, and then that borehole, it's completed, it's done, but there is no water that is coming out. Like, they just built parts of the assets, not the complete part, so that at the end of the day, would say that if in this particular location, they said you are building water, people would receive water. So they will build pieces in different location. At the end of the day, the community would see that there is a project, water project, but it will stay up to 3 years without people getting water. The borehole will be there. In the other one, there will be those reservoirs without water. So that's other planning that we said that they are lacking, because when they are planning to have water, they need to build the whole project so that at the end of the day, the people are interested in water, not to see the structures, because most of them, they have got the structures. And then now these structures, as I'm saying that, they kept on sitting in their balance sheet as uncompleted projects because there's nothing that is coming on. Now, the value of the projects, it decreases because it is not being used. As a result, there's a lot of impairments that were done, because if the project is there, it's not working, it's not 100%, the value is no longer 100%, they need to devalue that particular project.
Can I ask, so do they report this as a completed project? Right, so when they've done this, and there happens to be one like right in front of my mother's place. Okay, so there is a reservoir, no water. Right, there's no tap. Is that what you mean? So there's a reservoir, there is a sort of like a stump where there's supposed to be a tap, but there is no tap, and the water is leaking, there's no windmill. So are you talking about that sort of thing? And what I want to know is, do they then, when you talk about material misstatements, will they say, we've done this project and it's complete? Because for me, it potentially is not just a factor of planning. It might also be some of the horror stories that require the SIU, where the job has just not been completed. All the money has been expensed to some people, and the project will never get finished. So just give us a sense of which one it is. Is it poor planning, but the money is still in the kitty, but they just haven't spent it well, or the money has been spent and they report it as complete?
Thank you, Chairperson. I would say it's a mixture of what you're saying. It's a mixture of both. At first, if you see what we have submitted to you not last year, the year before, on performance reporting, they had, we disclaimed them because they were saying that those are completed projects. And then we disagreed because we said, you said you are building the projects for water services. You cannot say it's a completed project, whereas there is no water that is coming out of the tap. So in order for a project to be complete, the community, they need to benefit from it. If it's there, it's just a statue, it's not. So that's why they had a a disclaimer in their opinion, because most of the projects that they had, they were not complete. So we had that disagreement. And on the fact that some of the projects, you'll find out the money has been spent, but the progress on the report, it's not, the progress on the project, it's not aligned to what has been spent on the ground.
So in other words, they've fully expensed it, but it's not complete. Is that what do you mean by that?
Not fully expensed, but there is money that has been spent, but the project is not. I would say you want. What example can I make? You find out when you are looking at the job on the ground, the money that was meant for that project, maybe it's 70% spent, but when you're looking at the project maybe you see it's 10% complete. So there was no alignment in that spending. Okay. Irregular expenditure. As you can see, we've got irregular expenditure. We've got various reasons for the irregular expenditure that is disclosed. Some of we identified ourselves when we are auditing. There are various causes of the irregular expenditure. The tax matters, for example, they would the supplier would win the bid, but without having the proper tax certificate. As we know that it's legislation that if you're gonna win, you need to have the certificate from the receiver of revenue. Others, the composition of the bidders. You'll find out that the composition was not as per legislated. Some, you find out there's a deviation, but when we are looking at the deviation, it's when you don't follow the proper processes because of maybe it's an emergency situation, it's a sole, the supplier, and so when we are looking at, you find out it does not really linking to the required, but it has been classified as a deviation, and then we disagree, and then it's that deviation, and then sometimes you find out the advert has not been published for a required time. So there are many things that are making up that irregular expenditure that we have in the balance. As you can see that there is a movement from 2018-19 to 2020-23. Some of irregular expenditure would be the MPEC will make an investigation on it, and then they will write it off. Then we look at those stages, if they are meeting all the stages. So that's why maybe you see some, it is reducing. I think I do have a slide where I'm showing the rate of them writing off. But there is still a balance that it's making up of that irregular expenditure. And then fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Mostly some of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it comes from the projects that we saw, whereby you'll find out when they were paying the supplier, they didn't pay according to the agreements. there's an agreement that is made at the beginning that will pay so much when you are in this stage, but you find out they have not. Maybe they have applied incorrect rates and then that inflated the prices. So they have disclosed that one as the fruitless and expenditure, or maybe they made the payments, like you'd see that here, maybe the person who was making a payment didn't apply his mind, but they make payments that are over than what has been agreed on. And also the fact that I said that when you come, you visit the constructions, the site, you find out that the money that has been paid, it's not equivalent to what you see on the ground. And then as I indicated that these expenditures, those expenditures that are not really, we need them. So there need to be a consequence management, that is, you're dealing with these types of expenditure. And then as you see that about 50% has been written off by the council, and then the 50% they are still investigating it. I think this one, Chairperson, this slide is talking to what we have already talked to. We just gave you an example of what we were doing at Nsoyini, the construction of Nsoyini Channel Dam. It's where we find out a lot of discrepancies, of which one, those are the ones that we have talked to, whereby you find out the contractor was supposed to do this, but it's not done, and the money has been paid. So we have communicated that with the municipality.
Sorry, can I ask, so can you just go back, because maybe there's an additional insight you can give to the committee on that previous slide. So when I look at, say the consultant increased the fees with the increase of the cost of work, but did not decrease the fees when there was a decrease in the cost of work, which resulted in an overpayment of the consultant. And then you say incorrect certification of the contractor's payment certificates. Okay, is it just incorrect, or is it deliberate? Because I'm trying to understand. So if I was building a house and someone said, you will pay me when I've built the slab, when I've completed the foundation and the slab, it really is it's simple. I know it's more complicated, but you understand the principle. Who certifies that a slab has been built when there is no slab there? I'm just trying to understand if this is what happens in practice. Does somebody certify that the work has been done, and when you get there, it has not been done? And the contractor has now been paid for work that has not been done. Is that what you are telling us?
Chairperson, this is what I'm telling you, what you're saying. But the only disclaimer that I have is that deliberate. That one, I'm not sure. It's what I see. When I'm looking at the certificate, the money is not agreeing to what it's supposed to be. So I don't know whether it was intentional or it was not intentional. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask, so in the normal course of doing your work, so let us say you find this discrepancy. Can you just help us? So what is the process now in your engagements with the municipality? Do you have any discussion at all with the person who signed off on this, so that they can tell you, so what actually happened? Did they make a mistake, or what was it? So please educate us.
Good morning once again, Chair. Yes, so just to give briefly to agree, so the municipality would, in the infrastructure department, they would employ a contractor, they'd employ a professional engineer who's the consultant, who's supposed to certify, and then there would be a project manager within the municipal space who also has to verify. So there would be those levels to check. So when we do identify a situation like this, we do communicate with the municipality and the project manager or the respective management to find out if it was an error or if management agrees with the finding, and then we would raise it. If we do see a loss or even an element of fraud, we will then take it up with our enforcement processes through our MI process to raise an MI to enforce that, or to do a referral where we see that this is beyond our area of expertise in terms of determining fraudulent activity. So in this case, we are currently working with our auditors to raise the MI and to enforce, because we do see that there is activity here that is not, for lack of a better word, is not correct. So it does seem fraudulent, and we are working on those elements then. Thanks.
Okay, Honorable Mende and Honorable Atkinson.
No, Chair, I don't know why Auditor General is intimidated.
Yeah.
Because they look very intimidated. So we used to refer to Auditor General as the first wife of Scopa. So imagine it's Tambo. When we, Honorable Atkinson, I don't know if you know it's Tambo. Imagine it's Tambo. The first wife is the one that agrees that the second wife must come or disagree. So feel comfortable. You are in charge. Now give us the facts. You get to Ntsonyini, there's red flags. Give us the red flags, like the way, so if there are elements of fraudulent activity, how are those elements manifesting themselves? Are they in the balance sheet? What is it? What are the numbers? What are the sequence of events that you've gone through? Because we need to understand clearly. Because we're going to get there and they're going to tell us a different story if we don't get that story from you. So you get to Ntsonyini, it is budgeted for 1 billion rand. You get there, the 1 billion is gone. But the dam is nowhere. It's just a foundation. So project manager certified, it was paid. Or the municipality paid without the certification of the project manager. What is happening? What are the sequence of events? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Atkinson. You wanted to weigh in on his team.
I really do think this cries out for an oversight visit. When I see this, I really do think we actually need to go there ourselves, because it's an appalling situation. And I think for us not to get more involved and not to actually go and see for ourselves. Because in situations like this, ultimately as parliamentarians, we need to go and see for ourselves. Thanks.
Honorable Madlala and Honorable Nilmay.
No, thank you, Chair. I just want to echo the sentiments from my colleague on the left. If I had listened to the first part of the presentation where there's a new MM and so forth, I would have thought Tambo is in a, is getting back on its feet. But when you go through the rest of the presentation, you can actually see that things are bad. So I think colleagues, don't be moderate with what is happening there. Because when you do that, you then deprive us of the picture we asked for. So maybe you can still try and do it at the end or as you go along. That's why I wanted to put this now before we go to the questions. We want you to be as brutal honest with us as possible. It's not for the lack of a better word that there are corruption elements. That is the reality. So say it as a reality. Don't say it as if you want to be diplomatic about it. We don't want the English part of it. In semantics, we want the facts so that we know the element we're dealing with and we can then apply the necessary interventions to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nilmay.
No, thank Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, my mind then goes to how then can they be unqualified? There are material findings, there's irregular and wasteful expenditure. I just don't understand. And the second thing is, what is the working conditions like? Are you intimidated there? Because OR Tambo at the moment is under siege in all areas, from construction mafia to you name it, it's there. Are you able to do the audits in an environment that you can really look into the figures and do the work?
Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, and good morning to all our colleagues and the AG team and all other stakeholders present. Yeah, well, I thought I was going to ask this question at the end of the presentation, but since it's related to what Honorable Neil May has raised, to say, in actual fact, just in 3 sentences, what is the main source of the unqualified audit opinion? Because if somebody had told me that this municipality has moved from qualified to unqualified after the appointment of the new MM and the new CFO, obviously I would have clapped hands to say, hey, there's an improvement. But since I've been sitting here listening to the presentation, I can't pinpoint the improvement that led to the unqualified audit opinion, except for the fact that you said they've fully disclosed their expenditures, your irregular expenditures, your wasteful, fruitless and wasteful. But besides that, there's nothing at all that I can pinpoint to say this is an improvement. So what is the main source of the unqualified audit opinion? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. So I just want to say, ndizayithetha ngesiXhosa. Nivakala ngathi niyoyika. No, nyani, nivakala ngathi niyoyika. There is terminology enisebenzisayo in the report which is not helpful. Iyasikrobisa nje kancinci ingathi kwi-problem phaya. Yiyo lento simane sinimisa xa nithetha sibuze. So xa usithi mandikwenzela umzekelo. So you are saying that there will be a sort of a professional engineer, there will be the consultant and so on. In the normal course, before payment is made, all of these people need to sign on, right? All of these people need to sign on and say the work has been done. That goes to the office and the payment is effected. What you find when you get there is that the work has not been done. Now, there is whatever the appropriate number of signatures is, and those people have attested to the fact that the work has been done, but it has not been done. So when you say incorrect certification of the contractor payment, it sounds like an error. You understand? It cannot be an error, which is why when your colleague was now explaining, it really does appear there's something underneath. So the question that Honorable Neil May was asking is very important, because what is important for the work of this committee is that we get the real picture. If you have genuine fears that what you share here might have consequences when you get back, tell us, right? Otherwise, we might start to think that you don't want to be honest with the committee, and I don't think that's what you're trying to do, right? You don't need to say, I think so-and-so is corrupt. That's not what we're asking you to do. We are asking you to say, what we find is that 3 people have certified that the work has been done, payment has been made as a result. We as the Auditor General's Office have an issue with that. And we have raised it, and this is what we expect to happen. You see, when you speak like that, it's helpful to us. Now we keep stopping you to dig. What do you mean? What do you mean? You know what I mean? So please just try and help us. But we don't want to put you in a difficult position if there are real issues. Because we are used to the AG, as Honorable Mende is saying, we rely on the AG's office for our work. We really, really do. And it's important that when you give us the information, it is as unvarnished as possible without venturing beyond the limits of what you're allowed to do. Just say, we have a problem, because in terms of legislation, this is not supposed to happen. This is what we have done. Incorrect certification does not appear to be an accident to me. You know what I mean? And the word incorrect appears like a clerical error, and it cannot be.
Chair, thank you, Chair. And I guess my colleagues have said many things already. Well, as a disclaimer, you know, the Chair, in fact, is putting it too light to say incorrect. You know, ngesinto baye bathi umuntu udakiwe nimohlonipha uthi uphuzile, but it's the same thing kwabanye. Now, what I'm hearing here, before Chair, I know that we're going to still ask questions. You know, reservoirs, water treatment plants, I've done that myself. This issue of what we are talking about, the certification, the engineer, the project manager signing something which does not exist, and the CFO and the municipal manager agrees to that. There's no way that the AG can agree to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members as well. Forgive us in terms of some of the terminology. It's really to be aligned with our professional standards, especially with commenting on fraud because of the level of evidence that we do get into. And as an organization, of course, we are looking at then our enforcement element. Whilst that being said, we do 100% agree with some of the sentiments around the table. As we're looking at this particular project, the main things we do want to highlight is that there have been late payments on the project resulting in interest and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There was payments done that were certified and resulted in overpayments to the contractor. The contractor also received advance of 10.6 million before they started, and then they left the project. They terminated and they didn't return. So there had been no work continuing on this particular project. And so those were our concerns as a AG in terms of looking at this particular project. And it, of course, talks to some of the other water projects that we've seen, and we are then looking into the enforcement element in terms of that. Thank you.
Thank you, that's more helpful. So you see, you have not said anyone is, you haven't pointed a finger and said someone is, but you've now explained it. It now helps us to understand. So what you are saying is you find that these kind of patterns where someone may get an advance and then they don't get to the stage where they're supposed to get, or there's unhappiness and they leave and so on. So you see that color, when I spoke about color earlier, you see the way that you've just described it, that's what we want. You don't need to say so-and-so is corrupt. We're not asking you to do that, but this is helpful.
Just to get a clarity on that, because I want to, on my notes, if you say somebody's paid 10 million rand in advance, was that a site establishment or was it money coming from nowhere? Because paying somebody in advance does not mean anything to me, because if the project is starting, remember I give you a guarantee. After giving you a guarantee, before I start doing the job, you have to pay me 10% of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding was that this was an arrangement between the contractor and the municipality in terms of the advance payment. The 10% guarantee was paid, but at the time when we then were auditing, that had expired. So this also was a concern for us, because it means that this 10 million rand is gone and the recovery has to go through courts or other formal dispute resolution processes.
Okay, I see you close. Honorable Atkinson, I'll note you. I think you 2 slides from the end. Okay, just finish, and then we'll deal with the questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think you are almost to the end. As the office, when we find that there is a financial loss, we issue a material irregularity to the municipality. There was an immaterial irregularity that we have issued in April 2021. This was in conjunction with the advance payments that were made for the water projects that were done by the Amatola Water. And then up to date, the money was paid back 46 million by the amount that was paid for the some of the projects, and some of the projects they were completed that were done by the agents. Now, what is left is that the project was still also under investigation by the municipality. So they included the investigation was done by the SIU to see to get to see if exactly what happened and also the consequence management on or that will be taking place after that. And then we also issued the material irregularity regarding the overpayments that were made to the staff during the COVID-19 as the danger allowance. When we looked at it, it was not paid accordingly. There were overpayment that we identified, and then it resulted in the financial loss to the municipality. On this one, there's no payback that has been done, but the municipality, that is the municipal manager, he recommended to the council that maybe on how the employees would return the money back to the municipality. But before this had been considered by the council because it had got a negative impact on the employees. I think the MM also received a legal advice of not doing that. Then I think what I would say here, they are still in action on how they would get back the money that has been paid to the to the employees during the COVID-19 by the municipalities. On that MI. As Mr. Mavunle was indicating that we are still in the process of issuing the MIs regarding this matter that we talked to, because once we see that there is a financial loss that has been suffered by the municipality, we need to make sure that we use our processes to make sure that the financial loss is recovered from and the consequence management is taking place. And then here, on the governance and stability, we're saying that the municipal council does not promote transparency, effectiveness, and good governance and sound financial management practices in the implementation of policies that are used for public funds. These are just what we have identified during the audit. These are some of our issues that we identified during the process. Maybe to come back to the issue where we're saying that we have painted that the new MM and the CFO, they were doing what they are promising. As I indicated that The was employed 1st July, that is after year end, and the CFO was employed 3 months before year end. The small light that we are seeing is that the municipality would even, it failed to account for whatever they have done, even if it's correct or even it's not correct. What we say here is that with these people, at least we managed to find out even the things that they are incorrect that they have done. That is, so that another person could see that there are these things that have been done by the municipality, that is these expenditures that I explained earlier on, because those expenditures are not correct expenditures, but at least if you know about them, so that you can be able to implement the correct consequence management. I think that that's the light that we are seeing with them. And then I think their product will come in the current audit that we are doing now to see if exactly during their time, because all these payments, Chairperson, they were not happening during their time. It's not them who were authorizing these payments. So it would be the previous and his people that were there that are approving these types of pay. But it's not that we're gonna let it go because they are new. They need to take over on whatever it's being done, so that way forward we get the good governance that we are looking for. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Yes, Chair. I think in terms of to wrap it up from our side, we do look at 4 elements with respect to our audits and looking at the performance on the ground. With the performance, we are concerned about the performance in terms of service delivery. We are not tracking all of our projects. When we say we've completed projects, these projects are not completed on the ground, and we have about 600 million projects that we are currently doing that are not in our planning documents. We also look at overall in terms of the transparency, which is more on your qualifications, your outcomes with regards to that. And I think that's where a lot of people get stuck, where we're saying that, yes, there's an improvement to unqualified. They did have a lot of assistance from the AG in terms of we found the errors and then they were able to adjust, which shows that their processes are not in place to be able to get out quality financial statements and quality performance reports. Accountability is probably the biggest red flag, where we've seen that we've got irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We've got other losses. We've got contractual situations where we pay in advance and we can't recover that money. And so there does not seem to be a culture of accountability within the municipality, and that also comes from leadership, a leadership vacuum where we had numerous instability. We also talk about institutional integrity, which of course is a combination of all of these. And in terms of our assessment, we still believe that the culture within our Tambo still needs a lot of work for us to even be talking in glowing terms about it. There is progress in terms of the leadership. I just want to hand over to the current engagement manager, who will talk about the current culture and all of the things she's dealing with there right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Morning to you and all the committee members. I think the committee member asked if we are threatened at the municipality. The answer is no, we are not. I think also get to link with the outcomes that do not necessarily speak to the audit opinion that has been issued. I think the culture now with the new MM and the CFO, it's easy, I suppose, because they came after year end. So they are disclosing everything that happened before their time. So that's why we're saying they are unqualified, because all the wrongs that are there, they've actually disclosed them in the financial statement. And also even now, when we raise issues with them, they do respond accordingly, we are not intimidated. I think also where the culture that they have, I have sensed is it's them that actually have fears, because when we talk about the MI issue, for instance, the Ntsonyini Dam issue, I don't know if they've got an appetite to actually implement consequence management processes, because they are saying they are scared to push the boundaries, because this the consultants and the contractors, they just terminate the contracts and they just leave, and also they live with the institutional knowledge in terms of how far the projects have gone. So there is that fear from their side. I think when we spoke about the site visit, I was actually excited, because I think they will then get an understanding in terms of what we are raising to them. Obviously, there will be defensive, because when we issued the communication of finding, for instance, for the Ntsonyini Dam, I think all of the things that we have raised, they've actually said, we disagree with you, AG. There's nothing they are taking accountability of. As we've said, we've got our performance auditors even currently sitting, following up on that project, so that we can actually raise a proper MI with factual communicated figures. Yeah, I think that's where we are. For me, the scare, them being scared, it's on their side, but they are actually really pleasant to us, giving us information. Obviously, it's with the MM and the CFO. We do have other people in the value chain that have been sitting there. I think it's the ones that are being defensive in terms of responding to us. So we are not scared. And I was actually thinking maybe we can write a small paper on just to debrief or give a brief overview in terms of, I've heard the details that you want regarding that project. So maybe we can do that, and then we give it to you, so that you can at least get their detail, because obviously now we don't have, because we didn't prepare to such an extent. We just did a highlight evaluation of those projects. So maybe we should do that and then submit to you, so that you can get further context of what is going on in there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, and I'll give the members an opportunity to just ask one round of questions. But what we will do, so I think we can agree that if we don't do oversight here, we will be failing. We have to do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask for another session with you. It really doesn't have to entail you coming here, but it's a level of detail that will enable the committee, so we can do it virtually. I think, I don't know if we need special permission for that, but we need the office will send some questions, specific questions that ask you to provide detail. So you write that, we'll share that with the members. Then we are going to have this session where you take us through sort of your answers and your overall paper, so that we can prepare for the oversight visit. There is an oversight period coming up in December. I think we can decide if we go there then. But so please, in short order, we'll be asking you for that information, so that when we go there, we know where to visit. We'll have you and the SIU. We know where to visit. We know what details we need to ask the municipality for in our engagements with them, and so on. And then we'll begin to get somewhere. Members, I'm going to give you a chance to just ask questions and comments. I'll start with you, Honorable Member, and we'll go around the room.
Oh, thank you, Chair. No, it gives comfort to know that we are going to have a follow-up session, because one other thing I would advise is maybe the team can exchange the reporting mechanism with the national teams. In particular, I think the guy that reports on the water department, I think it's very similar, your reporting model that you should be giving us to the one that they usually do, in terms of breaking down the items and giving a very conclusive and detailed outcome from your side and findings. Now, in appreciation of the report that's coming up, I'm really worried, and I want to understand from you, because I think this is now the third time we are facing a situation where there is a question mark in terms of the accounting standards. Because if I'm hearing you very well, you are saying if they are cooperative, they are disclosing, they work with you, therefore they are befitting of an unqualified, yet the situation in terms of expenditures and financials are not pleasant at all. So is there a problem with our accounting standards and the expectations? I want to understand from you, because there have been 2 cases, but those are national departments, where there is an issue, in particular RAF, is very clear in terms of the accounting standards and contesting the accounting standards. And I think here also we're facing that situation where the accounting standards are very low, to a point where they agree with, I don't want to say irregular, but they agree with facts that are completely against the principle of producing proper financial and spending accordingly. Because to disclose and disclose wrong things, and then you are put at a better place, can't be correct. So I want to understand from you, is there a problem with our accounting standards? Because if that's the case, this is a platform where we have to amend the law. We have to deal with these things, because really it can be. So they do not disclose. Can we get what those Apex projects that you said they did not disclose those, therefore they can't be followed up properly, and they are a biggest component of the grants that were not spent and all of that. And also within the grants that they did not spend, what was the time frame? As much as you are trying to justify that it was late when it was released and therefore the spending was not in favor of them in terms of the period. However, remember, this is a municipality that have a standing project plan, and when they were asking for budget in their appropriation request by the MM and passed by the municipality, there was a plan of the municipality. So even if Turanda arrives today, they know where it should go to, if there's a plan in place. So what was this time frame which was inadequate for them to allocate the budget? Because if it was me, even if it's a month, for me it would have gone somewhere. Even if it was 2 days, it was going to go somewhere. If I'm sitting in OR Tambo facing so much problems of service delivery. So I want to understand this time frame that was so inadequate for them to apply financial practices in terms of allocating this money to projects that were waiting for this particular budget. And why would that be justifying an underspending for you? Why would it be enough to justify such? Because it means there was no plan. They were still going to plan for that money and all of those things. So can you please make that clear for us? The incomplete water projects, I think on the Insonyeni Dam, you've given us information. You will then expand. But then in terms of the boreholes and all of these things, this is very similar. What you are saying to us is very similar to Guyana. The Guyana matter, if you know, I think you would know it in the space of AG, where all components of the borehole, this component will be here, and then the other one will be outstanding. Then the next borehole will have another different component, then the other one will be outstanding. But a whole lot of money, and in terms of costing, these boreholes will be ludicrously costed, and you do not understand exactly. Can we get that detail? How many of these boreholes were expected? How many have been paid so far? And how much was it borehole paid for or costed for? And how much is paid to this point? The last one is on the advance paid. And this is not the first time, and I see you only mention one dam. There's a problem in Ora Tambo of Umzimvubu Dam as well. and it's not in your thing. So I don't know if Mzimvubu now is shifted to national at the water department, removed completely from OR Tambo, because Chair, last thing is, in preparation for this oversight, we should understand how many dams they are constructing that are under the actual municipality, because the last time we were there, no, the committee will take them through. We really need proper information, because the MM and the CFO that are cooperative today, we should know where they took off, what is new, what is old, how far we've gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. Let me try and get to the questions. I don't want to make political statements, but maybe let me first ask the new MM and the new CFO, who were part of the audit, not part of the financial year, if we may excuse them on that. Have they provided any management response to the audit? Have they provided any turnaround strategy responses to the gaps identified? Because I think that falls in their space, because they will be implementing going forward, so that when we deal with the 2023-2024 financials, we'll know what they had committed based on the audit to correcting. Have they provided that? That's one question. The second question is, I just need clarity. I think there's been an emphasis that they have provided everything, but in the same report, there's an issue of about 600 million of project unaccounted for. I just need to understand which is which. Have they provided everything, or there are certain things they have not provided, which you guys then want a follow-up on? And because I've seen the repetition of them having provided and furnished you with everything, and it confuses me a bit. Number 3, I want to check if there's an internal audit department in the municipality, and what has been its role in identifying some of these things beforehand, putting in place systems for preventative systems, or if there's any plan then to ensure that it's effective going forward. Because I understand that you guys would obviously come in once in a while, but you need somebody on an ongoing basis and systems on an ongoing basis to ensure that the municipality delivers in terms of its performance indicators. Yeah, let me just pause there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana? You look defeated.
Or the government that was in charge, of government. No, I would close that OR Tambo completely, because for me, it looks like it's the, we are talking extortionist. I think they are amateurs, those one who are taking money from people. People who are chowing money are right at OR Tambo. And I think he's turning in his grave. What a great name. In fact, we'll be celebrating him as well this weekend. And indeed, it's completely unacceptable. What is happening of what I heard here, because I was in that space in my previous, in fact, not live, because before that, I was doing both. I've built those things we are talking about, as I was saying earlier, Amatole, I've done that, I've done Skororo, and I completed those with, some professionals. Eurocon, the engineers were professional, I must say. There's no way that an engineer can be allowed to sign a certificate for payment of something which does not exist. It reminds me, in Mpumalanga, there was a school, the premier was so embarrassed that the MEC as well, before people making oversight, you are there to open a school. There's no school at all. There's not even a foundation, and the money is paid. Now, I'm not so surprised. Our comrades are milking the state coffers. But when I look back, the issue of state capture, I don't want to bring it here because there's a lot of reviews on that. But I thought all these things have stopped. I thought that people who were accused and paged are no longer in government. We've got professionals, people who are dealing. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about those people who are responsible there. All the time, Chair, I mean, the modus operandi is that there's new people, new new CFO. When we come again next financial year, we'll be told the same thing, that the other one resigned. In other words, the matter, the police will chase him, case opened. It's a modus operandi. They are aware of that. But I don't understand any irregular expenditure. I mean, if you see figures, 600 million, anyway, I've heard some billions as well. It's not something new anyway. AG, I know that you have got a big cake in your hands. And this corruption is committed by our own people who are educated for that matter. I mean, we're talking professionals here. Some are even chartered accountants. Some I mean, we are not talking about palukas here. I guess, Chair, before I land off here, maybe we don't need people who are too much educated here. Maybe we need our standard 2 and 3 and 4. Maybe they won't chow money. Because this money is, I mean, it reminds me of ESCOM. 5 billion, what they say, it was paid by mistake. 5 billion, in about 0, about 9. 12. Chair. Because it's not only one person who signed off that, like the 10 million you're talking about. It's a lot of money. I mean, how do you pay somebody who has done nothing? Nothing, 0. And there's no water. A borehole for 3 years is not working. A borehole. If I can call a contractor today to come to my house and drill a borehole, tomorrow I'll be drinking that water. 3 years. No water at all. The reservoir has got no water at all. And we must pretend and smile. Like I said, Chair, maybe because we are going to become a talk show here. If nothing is going to happen after hearing all these things which we are hearing at Scopa, it's scary. But if I may ask, please, you are professionals, guys, ask your colleagues not to do what they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. So ask your fellow accountants not to use their knowledge to crook the system. That's what the honorable member is saying. Honorable Bila, I'm just mindful of time, colleagues. We have to try and break for like 5-10 minutes and then do the next round.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson, and greetings to the AG, colleagues. To the first wife, seated here, Chairperson, I'm still not convinced about the audit opinion for this municipality, because it means complying to AG, it qualifies the municipality to get an unqualified audit opinion. Because when we check on the improvement there, all the things that we have listed there are material findings. But because the municipality complied, they qualify to get an unqualified audit opinion. One other thing, Chairperson, I don't think appointing consultant to correct asset register and commitment register is an improvement. Because as a government, we are fighting that we have to do away with the issue of appointing a consultant, whereas we have people who are appointed in the financial department of each and every municipality to do all the financial related matters. Last thing is that I'm worried about the major projects that are not included in the SDBIP, which is a service delivery and budget implementation plan of the municipality. We take SDBIP as the mirror of the municipality, where we see, are we going according to the plan? So it's a thing that we are worried about when the major projects are not included, actually. It seems there are something that are being hidden that we need not to know. So next time when you come here to this committee or to your beloved husband, make sure that you take us to OR, Tambo District Municipality, even if we have never been there, so that we know what is actually happening in each and every municipality, because we are here to safeguard the public funds, to see to it that it is spent according to the plan. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Pila. Honorable Nilmay.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you very much for the information. Myself, I definitely don't think that they are unqualified. There are so many material findings here, irregular and wasteful expenditure. I come from a metro, and believe you me, we weren't held as kindly as what OR Tambo was kind enough to be held. And I mean, just because you disclose doesn't mean to say, if you look at all the irregularities, it's entrenched. It is absolutely mind-blowing. What questions I have is, is exactly what my colleagues were asking. Do they have an internal audit committee? And do they have an external? Normally you have your external. So your internal works very well with your internal is where the auditors work with you in looking at the audits, and then you have an external audit committee. Then I'm coming to MPAC. How effective is MPAC in OR Tambo? Because I'm dumbfounded that you can just write off and then you don't account for it. My former metro is sitting with all of it because MPAC is waiting for officials to account for it. It's sitting, some of them are 2018. And you just walk, it just doesn't make sense. I'm just listening to it, only borehole, ascetics. So all they've done is tick the box in their infrastructure. And how does that tie up with if you look at the money that was given for infrastructure, the MIG funding? So did you look into the other procurement processes? Because if tenders are going out for 20 million, but 70 million is accepted from the municipality, those are those contractors who were supposed to have done all of this infrastructure. There is no ways they can be unqualified in just looking at everything that is happening in that municipality. Advance payments, definitely. I mean, 10 million rand just gone. And everybody thinks, at OR Tambo, the contractor received 10 million rand before and left the project. I mean, that is already irregular and wasteful expenditure. The certificates. The other area of non-compliance is if council agreed on all of this, you do know that those councillors, if there's a financial loss under the MFMA, councillors can be held responsible for paying back the money. And maybe it's time that needs to kick in, because that was specifically put into the MFMA, that if a council has made a decision to accept, and I'm going back, because if you are a mayor, you mean to tell me you don't look at your finances. You have your Section 72 report. You have your National Treasury. So you have a National Treasury official working in your finance. They check your. I'm talking about that because I was at MMC for finance. You have National Treasury there. How is all of this not coming together? And the thing is, is it because it's so complacent there that it doesn't seem to be, whereas we are on the outside? Because sometimes when you're in it, you can't see the wood for the trees. But when you're on the outside, you look at the bigger picture from an eagle eye and think, good grief, how is this happening? And it seems to be institutionalized. There's no consequence management, people resign, others die, there's extortion, there is threats, which maybe you're not, but the day you say unqualified, I'm sure somebody's going to get a talking to, because that seems to be the norm there. The other thing is the danger allowance. That is going to cause a problem, definitely, with labor from the LLF. I know because we didn't do it, but because Tambo did it, everybody else wanted to do it. And I'm very interested to know how they are going to pay that money back, because it must be quite a lot. And workers don't have that kind of savings, you know, unless they can go into their pension funds now and have to remove it or pay back at a certain amount. So there are challenges there. And so, Chair, I think a visit to Tambo, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nilmay. Honourable Skosan.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honourable Chair, for the opportunity. Yeah, just 3 questions from my side. One on the irregular expenditure. I see that, for instance, in year 1920, it was at 696 million. Then in 2021, it dropped to 250 million. And then in 2021-22, it dropped to 113 million. But in 2022-23, it increased to 172 million. It means the graph was going down from 1920 up to 21-22. But in 22-23, the graph is going up. There's an increase in the irregular expenditure. Same with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In 1920, it was 9 million. In 2021, it was 8 million. 21-22, it was 6 million. But in 22-23, it went up to 16 million. So the graph is now going up. So is it really an increase in this expenditure on the irregular expenditure and also on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Or is it because previously they were not fully disclosing? Maybe it's because of that. I just want to clarify whether is it really an increase, or it is because previously they were not fully disclosing. Then number 2, I'm wondering how is the municipality surviving? Because one, you are saying the municipality is struggling to recover revenue from its debtors. But at the same time, the municipality is not fully spending. It's underspending on conditional grants. There's a significant underspending on conditional grants. Because I think what we know is that municipalities that are struggling to raise revenue, to collect revenue, they will normally spend 100% on the conditional grant because they are dependent on them, since they are unable to collect their own revenue. But here we're talking about a municipality that, one, is unable to collect revenue, but at the same time is not fully spending on the conditional grant. But then how is this municipality surviving? That's my question. The last point, I think it goes back to my earlier question, which other colleagues have talked about, the issue of unqualified audit opinion. Well, I agree that to a certain extent there's an improvement. The fact that currently, or for this audit of 2022-23, with the leadership, under the leadership of the new and CFO, they were able to fully disclose all this unwanted expenditure. But then don't you think you have overcompensated them by giving them an unqualified audit opinion? Because the problem with audit opinion, it's a yardstick. it's a yardstick that we use to determine the financial health of the municipality and the stability of the municipality, and as to whether the municipality is functional or not functional. So the fact that this municipality got an unqualified, the message that it sends to the public is that the municipality is stable, the municipality is financially healthy, the municipality is fully functional. For instance, if we can say at the provincial level in Eastern Cape, because the municipalities in Eastern Cape, if COGTA can decide to support a struggling municipality, I'm sure this municipality is not going to be one of them. They are going to look at municipalities that receive disclaimers, adverse, and qualified. Same apply with SALGA. They are not going to look at this municipality. Same apply with the Office of the Premier. There's what we call Premier's Coordinating Forum, PCF. They normally look at municipalities that are struggling. This municipality is not going to be one of them because of the audit opinion. Because the audit opinion, the message that it will send to them is that this municipality is financially stable, is functional, is compliant, is financially healthy. So the problem that we have, because here we're dealing with a public institution, it's not a private business. The message that the audit opinion sends to the public and to other institutions. Even ourselves, I hear the chair says we need to visit and members are seconding, which I agree. But people are going to be surprised as to why is SCOPA visiting a municipality that got an unqualified audit opinion when there are so many municipalities that receive disclaimers, adverse, and qualified. Why are you attending a municipality which is financially stable? Because that's what the opinion is saying. So I feel that we have overcompensated the new MM and the CFO. There might be slight improvement, which I agree, but we could have still given them a qualification, but indicating that this qualification compared to last year, there are improvements here and here and here. You see, but give them the qualification so that they've got a year to improve, to prove themselves. Then in the following year, if there are serious corrective measures that we see in addressing all the discrepancies, is then that they will get an unqualified audit opinion. Well, I'm not an auditor, but I'm just as a politician and knowing the impact of the audit opinion and the trust which the government and the public have on the Auditor General. Yeah, it sends a very wrong message. It sends a very wrong message. That's why even other departments and entities, when they take AG to court, we become worried because we believe that what the auditor said should go. So if the Auditor General will issue an audit opinion that I don't know. So it's just worrying. It's really worrying. But I'm not an auditor. You are auditors, but the message that this audit opinion sends, it's very worrying, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Esak.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, colleagues. Chair, yeah, so just to avoid being repetitive in the interest of time, I'll just cut out everything else, all my notes here. You know, I personally, and with due respect, I mean, Auditor General, I mean, this is not really any implication on you. This is more a political statement. But be as it may be, I personally have never been a proponent or have never supported this idea of district municipalities. I mean, I think we've all now walked the walk and talked the talk. We realize that these are just employment bureaus. And at the end of the day, you cannot show me a district municipality in this country that has benefited society and the people we serve. Not a district municipality. No. In any case, be that as it may be, I mean, I could quote examples of Entlanzeni district municipality in Mpumalanga. Perfect example. But be that as it may, you know, you have a deputy mayor in a district municipality. And for all my years in politics, I still don't know what does a deputy mayor do in a district municipality, besides collecting a nice fat salary at the end of every month. Again, be that as it may, that's just a political statement. Sure, you know, the issue of the audits has been covered. 180 million rand of adjustments on the grants you pointed out. Okay, now I mean that's a major issue. So I can't wait for us to be addressing the municipality face to face. To say, listen, talk to us about this. Talk to us about what colleagues have raised, these salient issues. I couldn't even read the number correctly. Thank God I wasn't pronouncing it in a speech. But the conclusion is that there's still a whole 1 billion rand that's not dealt with. Am I correct? 1,000 million. That's how you put it. 1,000 million. So it's basically 1 billion rand. That's not been dealt with, Chair. There's the 977 million rand that was written off. Just written off. Hello. You know, so thank you for that information, and you know, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and thanks for educating me and bringing this to the notice of my colleagues. But yeah, you know, we're going to have to really do an oversight and ask these hard questions. So my question then basically is a very easy one. You alluded to the MI investigations. I'd really like to know from you, AG, what seriously is the timeline of this MIA? Because this committee has a legacy that it needs to leave behind. And I want to be, together with my colleagues here, in 4 years' time, if God spares me, to be able to say that are the real big ones that we pulled off and brought back on track. So please advise these MI investigations, what is the timeline and how seriously do you treat these things? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, Honourable Mente was very correct at the beginning when she was basically saying, don't give us the sanitizer, you give us the reality of what's going on there. And, you know, it's all of the piece. The fact that you've got water losses at the level that you do, sort of, you know, close to 60%, is because obviously money's not been spent where it should be, you know. So money's been stolen left, right and centre and not spent on the things that are really important to the continued survival of the municipality. Because if you're losing 62% of your water, if that starts to get worse and worse, eventually you will just collapse, basically. People won't be getting water and you won't be getting any money for it. You know, the interesting thing to ask, and again, it'll only really, I suppose, come to light when we go on an oversight visit there, is how do you make a 10 million rand prepayment? Did you do prior investigations on the people you paid the money to? Did they have the capacity to be able to do the work involved and all that kind of stuff? And it's not really a question to you. I don't know. It's more a question to the municipality, because in essence, you know, when you're talking in accountant speak about overpayments and various things, you know, and people cancelling contracts and walking away from contracts, it all sounds very nice, but it effectively is it's a theft operation, I'm sorry to say, but it's people there basically stealing directly from the public. I think the other important point that you made there as well is that some of the people in the municipality themselves might be quite concerned about doing the consequence management because of the pervasiveness of the construction mafia and various other people. And I'm quite sure in the area there, people might feel that their lives are threatened if they go any deeper into this. And that's something, again, that we'll pick up from an oversight visit. But my suspicion is after the oversight visit, this kind of thing needs to be escalated to a national level, you know, to the Department of Public Works, to police department. And I think it's something that can only really be dealt with on the national level, because we're not going to get any help on the local side, because I think people are just too fearful, basically. And also, this is maybe another consideration when a municipality is shown to be completely delinquent. Do we really allow them in future to actually do any construction projects, or should that be elevated directly to Public Works and be done on a national level? Because if there's seemingly an incapacity to do this stuff, why do we make the same mistake over and over again? Maybe this is something in scope that we need to look at and take these things out of the hands of the local people. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. So can I ask that you kind of deal with with the questions. We will set, so just to give you an idea of timeline, the week after next focuses on committees. So you will be talking to the committee again, and the Parliament has said we can also do that virtually. So we'll be with you again on a more detailed basis. So please just deal with the questions so that we can close. We'll send you a preparation sheet with, including the financial statements themselves, because we'd really like to get a sense of what environment we're talking about.
Thank you, Chair. I think first and foremost, we note the additional information that is required, the respective detail, and we'll definitely ensure that we do get that in our engagements coming up. I think one of the key remarks and the question about the audit opinion, the audit outcomes, and then the caveat of also bringing in the accounting standards. Listening to everybody around the room, though, I am clear that the outcomes of the audit have provided value to the members in the committee. Why do I say that is that when we look at the audit of financial statements, we do 3 audits. We audit the financial statements. Are the numbers reflective of what was spent, where the money went? And so then once you have that transparency, you can start engaging on why is irregular expenditure at R1 billion? Why do we have so much fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Why do we have water losses of 65%? Why are creditor days 409 days? Why are we overpaying 10 million? Because the financial statements are telling us that that's what happened on the ground. And so when we look at the outcome, we look at, yes, there is so much gravity towards that when AJ says it's unqualified. We're not saying that everything's all right. We're saying that the financial statements reflect what was happening on the ground. And with that, we can start then interrogating at a deeper level in terms of all of this information. So in terms of the financial statements, I do believe that we are progressing in terms of ensuring that we're asking the right questions, looking at what the financials tell us, and all of that respective information. So whilst I appreciate the sentiments of the committee and their concern, from the evidence that we did look at, the financial statements are currently unqualified. Also, with regards to looking at the compliance matters, I think we talked a lot.
Sorry, can I just? Yes. I just want to switch off your mic, please. Thank you. So I just want to be clear as to what you mean, because this is important for us and the public. So what you are telling us is that you finally have sufficient information supporting the financial statements to be able to say with certainty things are not good. Is that what you mean? So because I need to be clear on that. So a qualified audit opinion means we don't even have enough information to reach a conclusion. So that's a qualified. And unqualified is we finally have sufficient information. It may not be all of it. It is sufficient information to now form a picture. And that picture has raised a number of issues, which are the following, right? And therefore, as we move forward, we now want to address there's enforcement, there's referrals, and so on. Is that what it means? So as you sit here, are you happy or are you not happy? So is the municipality in a happy place or it's not?
100%. And the municipality is not in a happy place. And there's evidence to support that the municipality is not in a happy place.
So here's the thing, and this is very important, and I know your parliamentary liaison is here. So I have said repeatedly with members of the Auditor General team, it is important. So the reason I say, give us your assessment, leave the slide for a while, okay? And I'm saying for the benefit of the other colleagues who are still going to present. The reason I said, give us a picture is because I want you to drill down to the essence of what you are presenting to us. Because when you use this terminology incorrect and these kind of things, it feels like, as a former president would say, meanders, okay? And it leaves us with a lump in our throat to say, like, what are you saying, right? So what I need to be clear on is that your pronouncement is this. You finally have sufficient information to form a picture, and that picture is not good. It's raised a number of issues, and those issues have not yet been addressed. And all the municipal manager and CFO have done so far is to give us the information. That's it. Nothing more. Am I correct?
100%, Chair.
Okay, it really would be helpful if you, please, colleagues, it will help the committee when you distill things that way. Please continue.
Thank you. I think you've concluded on my points. I'll just hand over to the engagement managers to deal with some of the detailed questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the one that was relating to the opinion, at least I've been covered there. I think some of the notes that we have taken those are the comments, and they are also relating to the information that we need to provide when we meet the next session. With the response relating to the Zimfuwood Dam, it has been it's done by the National Department of Water Affairs, not the Tambo district. So I think it will provide the information relating to the projects that are, especially the ones that have been long done, but there's no water coming out of the taps. We'll do that. With the turnaround for the responses, I would say for the period that we're talking to, there were some, as we see that now, the municipality were able to provide information. So there were plans, but I think the more results, we'll see them in this current year to see if are they effective, because now they have started with what was not their responsibility. Now we'll see in the outcomes that we are busy doing now. So we are not really in a position to talk to that now to see if have they taken all the recommendations that we made and what are the plans relating to that. The internal audit, the municipality have the internal audit department, and which is led by the audit committee. I would say that audit committee, they've got quite experienced and robust members, which they look into the matters and they discuss. What we have identify is that the internal audit through audit committee, they would have similar findings that we have as the auditors, meaning that the recommendations of the administration, they are not responding to the recommendations of the internal audit, but they did have the audit committee, and which touched to the same issues that we had, and the recommendation, I think they would ignore the recommendation. And then, as I'm saying, is that we would see in the current year audit, if the new people that we are saying maybe they were a little light in the municipality, maybe we'll see we'll see by a reduction of the findings that we had. And then on this one of the municipality surviving, yet they are returning funds. Honorable member, I think we also had the similar question to them, because it looked like the internal controls within the municipality are not working because and the departments that they are working in silos. Like you'll see that this unit is responsible for that. You'll get a different response from this unit, of which at the end it should be a chain. But you see that the chain is broken. Someone will bring you something else. So I think the reason for them not spending and yet they are in financial crisis, it's not making a better sense due to the issues of saying that there are so many internal control weaknesses within the system. The MPEG, honorable member, that's a good question on the MPEG. Remember, we said we had a new administration of the council. Was it starting last year? But what happened as
2021.
2021.
Yes.
As you see that we started the irregular expenditure, as you see, the reason why the current one it's the graph is going up, it's because these new people that were employed, they made sure that everything that it's not good, they disclose it so that that increased the figures, that is the fruitless and wasteful and as well as irregular expenditure. An investigation would be made by the MPEC. They would have sessions whereby they would be looking at individual transgressions that were made by the municipality, and their conclusion would be saying that they need to write them off, because it would happen that some of the perpetrators, maybe they are not even with the municipality. As I indicated earlier on, that some of the people were dismissed from the municipality and others there, maybe they are no more, like they are no longer surviving. So they will look at those. In each case, they will indicate the reasons why they are writing off those debt. And then the one that they couldn't write off, it's because they said they still want to investigate more. I would say the MPEC, it's looking at those issues. I wouldn't comment to say they are good or they are bad, but at least there is some work that is being done by the MPEC. I think other comments are based on what my boss was saying, on that we are looking at the material irregularity on the other questions, that because some of the questions that you have are the questions that we need also to get proper responses, and also we want to make sure that the municipality has got plans in place to make sure that those issues that are not happening within the municipality again, and if needed, the money is paid back to the municipality. If I've left some, you can. Thank you.
Thanks. Just on internal audit as well, my colleague did say that there is a fully fledged internal audit and the audit committee, but I think the biggest issue with internal audit is the scope of the work that they are currently doing. I'm seeing that the questions that are being asked and the expectation from them, I don't think they are much more involved in terms of the projects, because a lot of the irregularities are within project, not necessarily the financial reporting part. So it is the scope, and as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking it's a conversation we need to have with the audit committee in terms of expanding their scope, maybe selecting one project and taking the entire project through the processes that we as AGSA audit accordingly, so that they can be able to then identify the control deficiencies within the processes of the municipality, therefore giving recommendations that the internal control deficiencies they've identified recommend for other projects within the municipality, so that those get implemented. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Tim, thank you so much for making it all the way. So you're all based in Mthatha? No. You are in Mthatha? Where are you?
East London, Chair.
East London, same thing. There you go. No. I meant in terms of the traveling that you had to do. Yeah, same thing. So you've traveled all the way here. We really appreciate it. So we need to engage with you again. The committee will get in touch with the AG, with the AG's office, so that we can talk to you week after next. It's committee week, so we'll make time. Virtual meetings are allowed, and we can do that. What I'm always happy to do is to just help you, just as chair, help you compose the presentation so that it serves the needs of the members. So we've taken note of what they've said. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it. What we'll do is we'll take a short body break. We'll be back at 11:30. When we come back, we'll take the two presentations one after the other. So you had the benefit of listening to us here. What's more important is the picture you paint. You don't need to go through every slide. Paint a clear picture for the committee. Drill down to the nuts and bolts of what matters. Say whether you are happy or not, what you're happy with, what you're not happy with. It takes us to a place of focus. So can we come back at 11:30? Thank you. Honorable members, shall we begin? Yes, please, Honorable Skosana, thank you. Yes, so I think you had the benefit of listening to our conversation. So we really want to distill to the essence of it. The members do read the presentation, so please don't worry about that. So if you go to the essence, what's more important is, let me put it to you this way. If there are 5 things you need to leave us with, just make sure you leave us with those 5 things. Okay? And like we said, be simple. Don't be afraid. Just tell it like it is within the confines of what is allowed by your profession. So we don't want you stepping outside of that, but we also don't want to walk away with conclusions that are incorrect and so on. Thank you. You may proceed with introductions and then just get to it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Igama Mthokozisi Sibisi. I am the business unit leader. I look after our office in the Northwest Province. Let me just allow my colleagues to do the introductions and then we can go.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Nosipho Fefe. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. My name is Nosipho Fefe. I'm a senior manager that was responsible for the audit of Ngaka, Modiri, Mulema District Municipality in the Northwest. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. My name is Nonkutalo Pepu, and I'm a senior manager in KwaZulu-Natal. I was responsible for the audit of eThekwini Metro.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable members. My name is Nomalungelo Mkhize, and I'm the business unit leader in the KZN office of the AGSA.
Thank you very much, Chair. I agree, we've gotten the benefit of the first conversation. So I'll just start off by talking about Ngaka. Oh, the side, okay. All right, thanks. Just to give an overview of that project, Ngaka. So it's a district and it's a water service authority. It's got 5 municipalities under it. So as a district, obviously the main role of the district, obviously in that space, is to provide water services to the citizens and support local municipalities there. I think that is important because we've got 4 districts, 2 are not water service authorities and 2 are. So I think then just that part is important. So they've got about, so they get their money in the main, their revenue from government grants in the main. Why? Because you've got 5 different municipalities structured in a way that they try and provide water services to their local communities and then bill try and bill for that. And Ngaka's responsibilities to then support those local municipalities with the funds. So that's the first part. But what then that means is that they've got a big role to play insofar as the infrastructure projects, especially the water infrastructure projects, are concerned, as well as the maintenance thereof. When we talk to the presentation briefly, you'll pick up that some of the things that we want to focus on, there's the part that deals with the role that they're supposed to be playing in that space, because that talks to the service delivery aspect from their side. From our side, the things that are worrying us, or in fact at a high level. So in the province, in the local government space. So we are dealing with a municipality that has got, I think, the highest number of material irregularities. I think they had about 16. So that's the municipality with the highest number in the province. What worries us at this point is just the slow pace at which the municipality is moving and trying to sort out and resolve those material irregularities, because they were raised for a particular reason, for us asking them to sort out certain things. It's a municipality, when they came in October 2021, 2022, we obviously met with them and to do the capacitation and things like those. And some of the things that they were worried about at the time, they were worried about potentially overbloated finance unit structure, overbloated with people that were not really capacitated. What then that meant, honorable members and chair, is that they had then to rely a lot on consultants, and that's why you'd see us talking and referring to big numbers when it comes to consultants. And those were some of the things that the political leaders at the time, they asked questions about that to say, how do you then deal with something like that? So from a compliance and performance perspective, that's the area that worries us. I mean, with the financial statements, I think you'd have picked up members that maybe they are getting somewhere with the financial statements, but we remain worried about compliance and performance information, which then links directly to an ever increasing regular expenditure without attention being given to the balances, and even annually the numbers increasing consistently. And so what then needs to happen? I mean, we need MPEC to deal with that irregular expenditure, which is something that they have actually not spent enough time dealing with that. And the reason it's because of just the capacity issue within the MPEC space. So in summary, so that I just want to make sure that if we miss anything, what worries us as the Office of the Auditor General in Northwest, it's the maintenance aspect and what they need to be doing in that space. That's number one. Number two, it's the projects that are related to water, because it's a rural province. If we looked at the province, the issues are water related. It's them doing something about water projects. That's number two. And number three, the possible diversion of funds from water-related projects to VIP toilets, for example. That's something that worries us, because it's a rural province. You're then going to get a combination of things. You're going to get them trying to fix the reservoir, water treatment plants, but at the same time, you're going to have them dealing with trying to provide water using the boreholes. And what worries us where we are currently, it's just the market holes, which is something that we are working on, trying to get a business unit that is responsible for assisting us with that, to say the average, is that what they're supposed to be spending per borehole, for example. So it's a conversation that we've already started. And the last thing on the things that
sorry,
yes.
So what's your concern that the average cost per borehole appears to be higher than what the market, what you would, if I were to go and get it, for instance, for myself?
That's correct. But with that then, Chairperson, because we've got a specialist business unit that is competent and better positioned to advise, and that's why we're getting performance audit business unit just to look at that from a costing point of view. But that's our biggest worry. The things that obviously there would be things that are giving us hope. It's the fact that there is a bit of stability, members, from the the executive mayor that is there, as well as the municipal manager. So that should, I guess, account for something, as well as what they have tried to do in filling in positions for senior management team. So that's the overview on the things that we, as we talk about Ngaka, that we are worried about. But I'll then go straight to slide number 4. I think my colleagues from Eastern Cape have done a good job in dealing with the accountability co-slide and
Sorry?
Sorry, Chair, just for one, before he starts there, your concern about the borehole, what is the price? Why is we busy? Because when we question, we must have at least, yeah.
So we did that exercise. I don't have the number, but I can check with if Nosipo has got the number, the average spend. Nosipo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. So the price of borehole, it would vary depending on the type of borehole that they were constructing. But what our concern was that some of the components that are being installed in those boreholes were too expensive. You find that they say a transformer is costing about 3 million for that borehole for them to be able to pump water. And then in some instances, we noted that the actual labor to construct the borehole, it was excessive hours that were that were taken to construct those boreholes. And there was one when we quantified, then we were like, if you have one person working here on this borehole, based on those hours, that person would work on this borehole the whole year. But in terms of the details, we can then summarize that for you and give you all those details when our performance auditors are done with that exercise. Thanks.
Thanks. We've divided the presentation into two. I will do the first part, and I think I've spoken to some of the aspects that are covered in the first part of the presentation. Then I'll allow Nosipo to talk to the material irregularities, because that is also the area that worries us from Ngaka municipality's perspective. So when looking at this slide, basically what happened, I think in the past, we've had Ngaka district stagnating in the adverse opinion. Well, basically what happened at that point in time was to say, whatever they submitted, I would say because of the severity of the issues in the financial statements, our opinion was just to say, look, we do not agree with the financial statements as given to us. And we did not even try to ring fence and say, except for these aspects, it seems like your financial statements are there. So those are the first 2 years that you are seeing there. But what we've seen last year, with the stabilization of the senior management team, appointment of the CFO, I think that assisted in a way it assisted them to try and give focus a bit better on the audit process and the information that was needed. What then that meant is that at least when we issued the audit opinion last year, we were able to say, look, we've seen the financial statements, except for, again, it's still a shopping list of things that we're still worried about, which I am going to show now in the next slide. But we said, this time around, we are able to locate and ring fence the problems that are there and say these are the qualified area, hence they got in that qualified opinion. So, but how did they get to that? In 2022, immediately because of the strategy, what we did for all 22 municipalities in the Northwest, we crafted what we called culture shift plans. In those culture shift plans, we said, on your financial statements, on your compliance and your reporting, if you focus on these things, we are likely to see the municipality moving. And part of the things that we spoke about insofar as then Ngaka is concerned was to say, for as long as you're going to complain about people that are in the finance unit that are not qualified to be there and relying on consultants without preventative controls, without getting senior managers to assist, you're going to sit with the problem. So that's what you need to do. And they started moving on that. That's how they got into that improvement. So the next slide, it then summarizes the drivers of audit outcomes that you are seeing there. I said there is quite a number of issues that are still there, but from an audit outcomes, financial management point of view, we are still worried about three things. One, it's a number of errors that are there that we pick up. Number two, their over-reliance on consultants. Perhaps maybe the picture might change when the senior management team get their rhythm and stuff, but we can't say much about that at this point. To say the over-reliance on consultants, but how do they then use the consultants? Because from time to time, auditees will use consultants. But in this instance, if you're going to bring in consultants towards the end without any in-year preventative controls, those consultants are not going to help you. It doesn't matter how qualified the consultant might be, because they still need support from management to be able to do what they need to produce. That's number three. As number two. Number three, their reliance on what we do and give to them as findings, to say these are the findings, and from there they're looking at the things that they can correct and not correct. So that's not sustainable. So that's the financial management aspect. We looked at the province. We said because it's a province like that with water shortages, so for all 22 municipalities, we said the projects that we're going to visit are water-related projects. So that's what we are seeing there. Key projects that we visited. But the problem, and I think I've started touching on that, the problem is that, look, if there are delays or they are not progressing as intended, so that gives us that's a concern to us. Number two, if there isn't going to be planned and properly executed maintenance program, given that they're responsible for this huge infrastructure, plus obviously provision of water, which will require either additional projects. So that's a concern for us. So we looked at council and MPEC. Council is the highest structure in the municipality, and we obviously want them to do what they're supposed to do. But insofar as them dealing with the issues of the governance matters, I think the important part, we might have capacitated them as part of the training in 2022 after October 2021. But what we've picked up is that there is a need for continuous capacitation, because they are politicians, they are not finance gurus. So I think that's something that will have to happen, as well as the investigation of irregular expenditure. That's what is going to be important. So this slide really summarizes the essence of what the rest of the slides are talking about. So I'll just move quickly on that. It's emphasizing the things that we've already dealt with. Financial reporting, we're still not happy when it comes to that, and those are the reasons that we are seeing there, honorable members and chair, the daily disciplines that are supposed to be in place, in-year monitoring, them reviewing and monitoring compliance and making sure that the things that they saying they are doing from a service delivery point of view, there is concrete evidence for that for us to be able to audit. So I said earlier, there is a shopping list of qualification areas. I meant those ones, but we said this time around, we said at least we were able to ring fence these things and say, except for these areas which you need to pay attention to, we're still not really happy with the financial statement. Quickly on the performance reports, maybe one point to elevate here, Chair and the members, as our concern. So they had about 3 projects planned, water-related projects planned, and the money allocated to that. But because of the lack of a proper planning for these projects and how the water projects are going to be rolled out, we saw and we found them shifting money from those 3 projects to VIP toilets. There is not a problem with them doing VIP toilets, but our concern is that when we looked at the VIP then toilets, we wanted the listing to say, number one, was it then something that needed to happen? Was it something that was necessary based on the plan and the needs? That's number one. Number two was to say, after then completing these VIP toilets, can we say that they were given to everyone that was supposed to get those VIP toilets? So that's that. But we obviously did not, we were not able to pronounce on that. What worried us at a simple basis were instances where you've got some household with a VIP toilet plus a flushing toilet. So that will be an indicator to say, look, maybe in that particular household you did not need a VIP toilet. So that's the area and the I guess the angle that makes us concerned about that. But if they had to divert funds to that because that was needed, then that would be perfectly fine. But that's something that we are drilling a bit deeper on. That's the performance information aspect. What we've done on the next slide was to summarize and say we looked at these indicators, especially where we raised material findings and material issues, and we summarize that for the benefit of the members here to say what were the reasons, what we picked up. What comes across consistently is the lack of support provided to the auditors to justify that which they say they had implemented. And these things are service delivery related. So it's important, and for them, because we do not pronounce on service delivery per se, then it would be critical that if they are spending on things that are closely related to that, that at least they are able to provide evidence for that. The next two slides on I think I have covered this one, which the infrastructure projects. But quickly to talk about this one, I think it's it's a project that comes from 2012. So we wanted to visit water-related projects, and this is the project that we could pick up. But even when we got to the project and we picked up that, okay, the progress is slow, number one, but number two, even the money that has been spent, it's not something that you can say it has been spent on putting the project off the ground rather than the professional fees. But because it comes from 2012, and some of these things, or the payment is the work that had already been done as far back as in 2012, because it was paused and they revisiting it, they finding themselves paying again for the things that they would have paid for. So that's just one point I wanted to elevate. Just quickly on the ICT, we looked at this. The smaller yana thing that worries us is that from the ICT point of view, it's the diagram and the easiness of finding if there are issues, because they have not necessarily aligned that. So, but that is not much from. I just want to talk to the next slide. Irregular expenditure. I've spoken to the numbers. So the issues that we're picking up here, members, are the issues of competitive bidding, not invited, or functionality points, local content. It's a number of things that are in there. But the biggest thing is that if you are going to continue to incur irregular expenditure, and at the same time saying you are addressing the balance of irregular expenditure, you're just not going to get anywhere, because I think the starting point, as you deal with the balance of irregular expenditure, you want to stop the incurring of this irregular expenditure on an annual basis. So if you're incurring annual irregular expenditure of about $500 million, so that the number is bound to go up. But what they need to fix is just to make sure that the capacitation at the MPEC level, for those that are supposed to be helping them with the investigation, those are capacitated. It's the same thing with unauthorized expenditure, as well as fruitless and wasteful. The slide, this one, it summarizes what I've dealt with. We were trying to see then, to break it down for the members and say, to what extent have they done the things that are categorized in there? So what is clear is that not enough is being done to deal with that. On financial health on the last one that I intend to cover from my side before I hand over to Nosipo to talk to the part on not irregular, MIs, material irregularities. We just reflected on the financial health because obviously they've got about 1.2 billion that they get as part of the government grants. So they're not struggling from the numbers perspective. But what we are worried about is that which they have, that which they get, are they spending that optimally to make sure that they are services on the ground. I'm going to pause here so that because I do want to allow my colleague to talk to the MI part. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I think Mr. Sibisi earlier mentioned that one of the areas that need urgent attention is the material irregularities. This is one of the areas that keeps us awake at night when we think of ideas or ways of how we can push this municipality to improve on these material irregularities. So since our Public Audit Act was amended and our powers were expanded to raise material irregularities, we raised 16 material irregularities, and only one of those material irregularity has been resolved. So there's been very slow progress by the accounting officer in implementing our recommendations. That is why we are not seeing any traction or any improvements when it comes to these material irregularities. So our material irregularities, the 15 that is currently remaining, so we have some that relate to the procurement processes. We have some that relate to harm to the public. So there's 5 of those that relate to harm to the environmental, to the 5 environmental MIs. I'll give more details on those MIs in the next slides. But what we wanted to highlight with the MIs is the slow progress by the accounting officer in implementing our recommendations. So you will see also that there's a lot of MIs that we have referred to the Department of Water and Sanitation, the ones that related to the wastewater treatment plants that were not maintained and resulting in effluent that was not properly treated being dumped back to the rivers. Okay. So the first MI that I will talk to is the one relating to the overpayment on water tankering services. So on this one, we've seen some improvement by the accounting officer in a way that the contract with the service provider was terminated. At least the financial loss was stopped from continuing further, and the municipality started doing their own water tankering in-house. However, when it comes to disciplinary processes of those that were responsible for that material irregularity, that's where we are not seeing any progress. And then we also had an MI relating to assets that were lost because they were not safeguarded. So if you don't safeguard your assets, some components can be stolen or they can be vandalized. So those are, we had material irregularities that we raised on those. And because even when we tried to audit the assets, that's why we had assets as one of the qualification areas. Even when we try to audit assets, we have material findings or limitations. It's also linked to these assets that are not properly accounted for. So what we did then last year in July 2023, we gave the accounting officer time to try and quantify the financial loss that was there. And the accounting officer was supposed to give us reports on every 2 months regarding whether they are able or how are they doing in quantifying the financial loss. Because when we went for verifications, we identified that these assets are not there, or either they are vandalized or stolen. So the accounting officer was supposed to go back then and quantify the extent of those assets that are not there. So when the accounting officer is submitting those reports on it every 2 months, on paper, it looks like there's work that is being done and there's progress. However, when the auditors go back to the ground, then we don't see any improvement on the internal controls on how those assets are managed. So that's what we wanted to cover with all the MIs that relates to the loss of assets due to not safeguarding them. Okay. Then there was then on slide number 19, there was an MI relating to overpayment of service providers that related to the security contract, where the service provider was paid. However, there was no proof that actually there were security guards that worked in safeguarding that particular asset. So there we saw some progress and on the recommendations that we had made to the accounting officer. There was also even 169,000 that was recovered from the service provider. I just want to go back to the actual financial loss so that you can gauge versus what was the estimated financial loss and what has been recovered to date, which is the 169,000. So the estimated financial loss was 1.3 million. So there's still a long way to go on that. I think what also makes it difficult is that the service provider is no longer doing business with them, because it would have been easier to deduct from the invoices when they're making payments. So that's an opportunity that they lost while the service provider's contract had not ended. And then let me just move to the next one. So then the other, I just lost my slide now. Okay, so then we also had the MIs that we had referred to the SIU. So it was the procurement of water material. The procurement, I'll start with, I'll cover all the ones that we had referred to the SIU. So the first one was the procurement of generators at Buikutong pump station at excessive prices. So we referred that material irregularity to the SIU on the 7th of July 2023, and the expected, when we engaged with the SIU, the expected completion of that investigation was the 30th of October. And there is a progress report that was submitted to us on the 8th of October by the accounting officer that we are still assessing. What we also noted was that there was also a disciplinary hearing information that was provided, so it seems like there is some work that is being done. However, and when we also engaged with the SIU and they shared some finding with us, they indicated that they agree with us that there was a procurement at excessive prices, and it was not an emergency as well. However, they struggled to find the fraud element on that specific one. Okay. And then the other one, so those are the ones that I just spoke to, was the ones for the 2 generators. And then there was one of relating to the procurement of water material at excessive prices. So on that one, the accounting officer still also did not implement our recommendations that we had given to them as the Office of the Auditor General. We also had to refer that MI. The investigations are still currently ongoing on that one, and we are also still looking at the progress report that was submitted to us. Okay, then...
sorry, Honorable Skosan?
Chair, I'm sorry, you know, I think it's for the second time I'm getting lost a bit because I don't see prices here. Firstly, he said the water tankers price were inflated, and now we are on the generator as well. And I think it will be perfect if he give us figures as well for us to be able to not speculate, because sometimes maybe those generators were worth 2 rand and they were selling for 1,000 rand. So we must know that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and Honorable Member. So for the, let me start with the...
So what you can do, I mean, you don't have to itemize each one, but for the example that you've chosen, it gives us an idea of why you have a concern with all of them. It's usually helpful. So if you remember with the colleagues from Tambo, they would give us a sense to say, the borehole is there, but everything else around it is not there, so the borehole doesn't work. So it kind of gives us, it locates us somewhere in the problem.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. So with Ngaka, Modiri Mulema District Municipality, the service was, we could confirm that the service was rendered, but it was at excessive prices. So for the procurement of generators, the financial loss was 1.1 million that we noted. So there's 1.1 million extra that they were not supposed to pay, but they paid because they were overcharged. And then so that was for the procurement of generators at Buikutsong. And then for the procurement of generators at Buitsepehi, another pump station, the financial loss was 3.1 million. So they paid an extra 3.1 million that could have been avoided had they followed the normal process and assessed that.
Sorry, final question on this. So how do you work out the overcharge? So is it different to what was quoted? Is it different to what's kind of normally paid on a benchmark basis? How do you work out the overcharging?
Yeah, so we look at what you would have paid normally as a benchmark market related versus what you actually paid.
Okay, so it's like selling a loaf of bread for 40 rand.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. All right, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Then I'll move to, so I was saying Mr. Sibisi mentioned earlier that the municipality relies on consultants. And if you make use of consultants, but when they get there, you don't give them the supporting documents that they need to prepare your financial statements. So there was an instance like that, which then resulted in a material irregularity that we raised to say, because you have failed to support the consultants when they come to prepare the financial statements for you. You didn't give them the information that you were supposed to give them to be able to give you credible financial statements. Therefore, whatever you have paid to those consultants resulted in a financial loss because your audit outcomes are still adverse. So you didn't get the value on what you were paying for because of your lack of support with the information that you have that will assist them in preparing the financial statement. So that's the material irregularity that we have on the consultants. And then I mentioned earlier that there were 5 environmental MIs where the assets are not properly maintained, and then as a result, then you find effluent that is not properly treated being dumped back to the river streams or the environment. So there were 5 of those, and we have referred those to the Department of Water and Sanitation last year. And what the Department of Water and Sanitation did this year, they performed the visits as well. So they went back to those wastewater treatment plants to do their visits. So there are areas where we note some improvements, and there are also areas where we note some concerns. So, for example, with the one of pollution of water resource at Kolini wastewater treatment plants, we've noted that yes, when they went and visited the Department of Water and Sanitation, they noted that the plant was functional, and the pump station was also fully functional. So we are starting to see some benefits of the material irregularity process, because had we not raised that material irregularity, this plant, no one was going to attend to it or pay attention and implement those things. So we're starting to see some benefits of the material irregularity on those environmental MIs. We've also highlighted then on the slides the concerns that we still have, even though we are still seeing some improvements. So these MIs are not fully resolved, because they have not implemented all those recommendations. So they will be resolved at a point when we can say now the wastewater treatment plant is functioning and it's not dumping the effluent that is above the norm. Okay, so don't want to bore you with all the details, but from then the slide 20, from slide 23 up to the last one, it's all those material irregularities relating to the pollution of the environment, and also all the information on whether there was some improvement and what are the concerns that still remain there. So you'll see even with the last one, that is in the Zerast wastewater treatment plants, when when the Department of Water and Sanitation went for follow-up visits, then you see that, okay, there is some maintenance that was done on the second clarifier, and we're starting to see a lot of traction this year as well, after we have referred to that material irregularity. So when they went back, both clarifiers were now working, which also this then assisted in improving the disinfection process of the effluent, and also then the time that it takes for chlorine to improve the disinfection process. So that there we just wanted to highlight then some benefits that we are seeing through this MI process for the harm to the environment. Okay, so and then what we want to leave you with as the committee, or what we would like you to assist us with in following up with this municipality, it's going to be the 4 areas, it's linked to the 4 areas that are worrying us the most when it comes to this municipality. So we would like you to monitor and just check with the municipality, being the executive authority and the accounting officer, on whether they have implemented those areas that we have recommended to them. So you would have noted in all our slides, we're highlighting what we recommended to the council. So this call to action is just to check on whether have they implemented all those areas those 4 key areas that we are worried about. And these are the areas that we believe that if they are addressed, we will start seeing some improvement in the municipality. And when we judge improvement, we don't judge it just on the audit outcomes, whether we moved from adverse to qualified and then unqualified. We want to see that improvement on service delivery when we engaged with the communities. So we had recommended to the accounting officer that the procurement plan should be reviewed by the council as well. So that talks to the procurement findings that we had, and the issue of deviations that were not justifiable, or deviations that were approved. So they will be approved even though it was not justifiable. There was still time to follow the proper process of competitive bidding. So I would like then the polity to monitor whether that procurement plan was reviewed and it's monitored, and also to follow up on whether the council is reviewing the monthly expenditure against the budget, and also to ensure that the expenditure of the municipality is aligned with the priorities that they have on the SDP and the projects that they need to implement. When it comes to the monitoring of the monthly expenditure, it goes back to what Mr. Misibisi raised earlier, how we need to capacitate, how the council needs to be capacitated so that they understand the financial reports that are being presented to them by the executive mayor or the accounting officer. Okay, so, yeah. So thirdly, the last recommendation that we have made to council was to make sure that MPEC is capacitated, because as we mentioned earlier, there are only 3 officials under MPEC. When you look at the capacity of MPEC, 3 officials versus this huge balance of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure and unauthorized expenditure that still needs to be investigated. That is why then nothing was investigated, because of that capacity problem. And lastly, on what we've noted was that the municipality is spending a lot on VIP toilets, so what was mentioned earlier. So while water and sanitation are equally important, there should be some balance. So you can't have a situation where all the water projects are not implemented. So you are not achieving on the projects that you planned to construct for water. but on the sanitation side, being the VIP toilets, you are overachieving. So that means there is no balance on how you are planning. So we said we recommended to council that they need to develop and implement a water service development plan. And this is something that is required by the Water Services Act, so that they can consider the community needs on water and sanitation and attend to those appropriately. And they'll be able to track if they get the community needs right from the start, that this household does not need a VIP toilet, it already has a flushing toilet, then they are able to allocate the funds correctly to where they are needed. So that's what we recommended that the municipality does, and our call to action is that when you engage to them, you follow up on whether they have done these things that we have recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tim. That was really helpful, especially the recommendations to the committee. It kind of helps us to distill a lot of the issues. I think we had said we're going to take the presentations back to back because we need to vacate. Can I just ask, are you able to? Aren't you supposed to swap seats, or are you able to? No, just can you reach? Okay. Sorry. So if you could assist, this was stunning, the way they've done it. So if you really can assist us in a similar way. So we were able to get through that in about 40 minutes. We have to be out of here at 1. Or they're starting with the next meeting at 1. So again, if you can distill matters in a similar way, that really would be helpful. Like I said, don't itemize everything. Give us an example that is representative of the kind of problem that you're explaining to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and honourable members. I'm going to be very brief in terms of the summary, the picture that we want to paint about eThekwini. So I think if you haven't heard of eThekwini, then yeah, you're not in South Africa. So one of the major problems that obviously keep us awake as well is around significant water losses. So we know eThekwini Metro, it's the only metro in KZN. It services a number of households. It provides all services. So they collect revenue from rates, revenue from services, electricity, water and sanitation, refuse collection and the like. So in terms of some of the areas that we were most concerned of, I think overall on the outcomes, they are projected there, but we are still concerned about the water losses. As at the 22-23, so 30 June 2023, the water loss percentage was sitting at 58%. And that really points out to the poor state of the infrastructure. So the part of it is the poor state of the infrastructure, and of course then you would also get the other part around illegal connections as well. So the water does get lost, and I think when you speak to financial health, it also then means that there's potential revenue that is not making it to the municipality because the water is purchased from the water board, but is not getting billed because it's getting lost along the way. Also an area that we are concerned about is the increasing irregular expenditure. So it points out also again to the deficiencies in the supply chain management processes. Also it's not being adequately dealt with. So as at the June 2023 financial year end, the council was not adequately dealing with the irregular expenditure. Even though we did have write-offs, but we did have challenges, and the reason why we had findings that are being projected as well in around compliance. We've got the municipality in itself, in terms of stability, being at council level, has been quite stable. Yes, they're an acting MM in terms of the management level. However, that acting city manager then became the city manager. However, we did have challenges in terms of some of the key positions in the supply chain management unit. So there were movements on the supply chain manager positions, and I think that also impacted in terms of some of the findings that we then had around supply chain management in terms of compliance. And, some of the findings that have come through is a conflict of interest, so that is not being monitored. So employees and councillors that are doing business with the municipality, and it is not, being looked at. Also allegations of fraud. SIU is involved in some of the investigations, but also we've picked up that there's quite a number of investigations that are being done by the City Integrity and Investigations Unit, which is their internal investigations unit. So in terms of the financial statements, they've got quite a well-resourced financial, or at least the what we'll call a budget and treasury office. So when they produce the financial statements, they've got quite highly qualified personnel there. They produce, we call it credible financial statements because it depicts the good and the bad. So they're able to collect all the information and present it fairly so. So in terms of our opinion, they fairly present all the finances of the municipality. We had no material findings insofar as the preparation of financial statements and what was presented to us for audits, which then speaks to the top line in that the financial statements were unqualified because they materially represented the financial affairs of the municipality. So also they've got quite good processes in terms of review. They've got a very mature internal audit unit, including a quite involved audit committee as well. So they were able to take the financial statements through review, and therefore we did not have findings, material findings that came through from that area. Whilst I speak about the financial statements, financial challenges, I think are known when you look at maybe to make it easier for, let's look at, so the quality of financial reporting I've spoken to. So the financial sustainability of the municipality. In terms of the challenges, the collection days, as you can see, are sitting at 105, and we now know that it should be 30 days. So it should take you 30 days to collect once you have billed, and also to be able to pay your creditors within 30 days, and they're not meeting those targets. I've spoken to and also the impairment. So 56% at least of the debtors are actually doubtful. We are doubtful that they would actually receive those debtors, which then further impacts on the financial sustainability, and then being able to put the cash flow or the monies that they would have received to areas that they should be putting it in, such as expenditure on repairs and maintenance. I spoke at the start when I spoke to the water losses, the dilapidated infrastructure, and you see the percentage is sitting at 3.9% in terms of what is put aside for repairs and maintenance, and the norm is 8% of the value of the infrastructure. So they are way below what we expect them to be. And I think whilst I speak about the repairs and maintenance as well, Nonku will take us through some of the projects or the key areas that we looked at, particularly in disaster management. We do know that this lack of budgeting towards the maintenance of repairs, the maintenance of infrastructure when the floods came. So these issues were already present, and when the floods came, it just made the problem even bigger for eThekwini municipality to now recover from. In terms of the capital expenditure, I think they are not too far off from the norm that we expected, around 10%. And I already spoken to the water distribution losses, which is the lost revenue, the opportunity for revenue that we're also seeing that may be sitting in that 58% of the water that they do buy does not make it to consumers. So we then detail that in terms of the impact that when the financial area is not looked after, they are then unable to deliver services in the way that they should, unable to take care of the infrastructure. When you don't have infrastructure, you can't then deliver on the services that you should be delivering on as per your mandate. And then in terms of the compliant, so I spoke about the outcomes and spoke about financially unqualified. On the other areas, you'd have seen that performance information, they were not sitting as an unqualified, they were actually qualified. And then we look at the compliance findings. So Nonko will take us through the details on the performance information. On this particular slide, we are looking at the findings insofar as compliance is concerned. And that is one of the areas as well that does concern us as auditors, in that they are unable to get to a clean audit status where you don't have material findings on compliance or performance information, because they are unable to deal with the issues that we keep picking up on supply chain management practices in particular. You will see the top one, it has none for financial statement in terms of material findings, but the others, we are seeing an increase in some of the areas that are SCM related, and there are a number of repeat findings. If you look at the red and the yellow crosses, you've got more yellow crosses, which is the repeat findings, than you do have of the red crosses. I have touched on some of the findings, your conflict of interest, your in terms of the quotations that you should be getting through. You're not doing 3 quotations. You are not putting out you're not calling for a competitive bidding process when you should. So those are some of the findings that are coming through there. And one of the major contributors for the irregular expenditure in the 22-23 year was around local content. So they were not adhering to the regulations insofar as local content was concerned. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail there because, of course, you did have the presentation. And then if I move to the next slide, it then tells you in terms of the irregular expenditure that is depicted for each of the years. So you'll see each of the years where we are, and you will see that in 2022-2023, which is the year that we are speaking to, it was sitting at 2.4 billion. So in irregular expenditure incurred was at 2.4 billion, and 2 billion of that was just in relation to adhering to the requirements insofar as local content is concerned. And I think when I spoke to SCM key positions and management changes as well, and the controls around that, just being able to attend to that could have actually address that at least 2 billion of that. If you look at the province as a whole, eThekwini is a top contributor insofar as irregular expenditure is concerned. So when you put all our municipalities together, eThekwini does come out tops in terms of how much they're contributing to the value of irregular expenditure for the municipalities. And then it just breaks it down further into the other areas that then came through. And again, the root causes, they're not attending to some of the issues. And as you saw that there were repeat findings, but they're not attending to what caused those findings in the first place. So the controls around that. And then in terms of consequence management, so here we're looking at irregular expenditure, cumulative, but also what then is the council doing in terms of irregular expenditure that has already been incurred. And again, here you are seeing the continuous, they can't get out of the unqualified with finding zone because they're not addressing the issues insofar as irregular expenditure is concerned. They're not dealing with the consequence management, even though they've got at least 3.6 billion that was written off in that 1 year where you look at the balance of the 4.8 billion coming from 2021-2022. Yes, the investigations are done, but we are also looking at then the further actions around that in terms of implementing some of the recommendations in consequence management so that you deter the future transgressor from actually, transgressing and resulting in irregular expenditure, but also such as recoveries from, your investigations are concluded, but you're not seeing a lot of recoveries insofar as irregular expenditure is concerned. We have raised concerns around the fact that some of the investigations are delayed and there are quite a number of backlogs as at the 2023 financial year, and also just the non-implementation of some of the recommendations that are coming out of the investigations. As at 2022-2023, the balance of irregular expenditure, so including the 2.4 billion, we were sitting at 3.6 billion. Before I hand over to Nonku, some of the matters that she will also deal with around delayed projects. There around also there were reports around grant spending, so returned grants, particularly on the disaster recovery grant. Also the spending on the RPTN grants as well. So she will touch on some of the projects that have been delayed around housing and electricity, but also the issues that we've picked up around wastewater, where we have raised material irregularities because we have identified that the wastewater treatment works not maintained when the floods came, and they found wastewater treatment works that are not functioning accordingly. It then caused I think similar to what the Northwest colleagues were saying, where you have got untreated effluent going into rivers, and we know of the closure of the Durban beaches because of the high E. coli that was found there. So we did raise a material irregularity in that area, which is being attended to by the municipality. We are also reviewing in terms of their responses and their plans, and looking at whether we should be also taking further action, whether it be through referral recommendations or remedial action. And she'll also cover, of course, that details around the material irregularity. I think one other area as well, whilst I spoke about the financial management, was there was improvement on their cash cover ratio. So from 1.6 at a point in time, there was a lot of reporting around whether they actually had enough money to go or at least to operate for a number of months. As at the 22-23 financial year end, they had improved to 2.6 months as well in terms of their cash cover ratio. I think with that, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, I'm going to hand over to Unonku just to take us through performance information, which and also the infrastructure, which speaks to the service delivery on the ground and what we found on the ground. Thank you so much.
Just before, for clarity, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to find, you just said somewhere on your slides, you said it's just 2 billion. I'm not sure whether you've used the word just 2 billion, so I thought, you know, for you it's small money, you know, for me it's a big money. Thank you.
I do apologize, Honourable Member, if I did use the word just. It is meant to say it is 2.4 billion that was incurred on the 1 year. And then the balance as at the end of the year. So I do apologize if I did use the word just. My apologies.
Through you, Honourable Chairperson, I'll then continue with the rest of the presentation. I think what I would also like to add on the financial aspects, because Noma mentioned it was our emphasis to the users of our audit report on the underspending of grants. So where a grant has been significantly underspent, we normally include that for your attention so that you can engage them on the reasons why they underspent those grants, noting that it has replicate effects going forward, including reduction of grants, which has been the case in some of the grants at eThekwini. So that figure was coming specifically from the integrated rapid network grant, which was meant to construct the corridors, you know, the bus transportation system within the city, which has been significantly delayed over the years. So that was the bulk. I think it was over 200 million in terms of underspending. And then the other most of it was coming from the disaster recovery grant because of the slow procurement processes that the municipalities couldn't conclude on time in order for them to spend that grant, you know, as at 30 June last year. There has been notable improvements in the current year, even though it's still under audit, especially around the disaster recovery grant. However, the infrastructure, the rapid network infrastructure grant that is still delayed to date, and it's a matter that we are following up with the municipality currently. So that was just to wrap it up on the financial statements. In terms of the performance report, so the annual performance report, their performance information is not a cause for concern in terms of the credibility after audit, as well as the reliability of the annual performance report. They are adequately resourced in terms of their performance monitoring units, so they do verifications, and also internal audit does a look in terms of the performance information during the year. So they are able then to deal with the issues that they're facing regarding reporting. Last year, though, we had material findings that we included in the audit report, which really spoke to service delivery, because the scoped in program was talking to basic service delivery. And those indicators are the ones that are listed there, but basically they were around the access to sanitation as well as access to water connections, where we then decided that because of the impact of the floods, one would question whether really people still have access to those services. So we went out to verify those, and in some cases we couldn't find the said connections. Like we went to yards to verify yard taps, and we couldn't find some of them. So that ended up being a limitation of scope on our side, meaning that we concluded that we cannot confirm whether the numbers that they've included in the annual performance report on those indicators were credible. So that's just the major part in terms of performance information. Then we just emphasize on the key areas of basic service delivery where they underperformed, and most of it was dealing with housing matters. I think that's just for information purposes, and you would have seen. So on the key infrastructure projects, like how my colleagues have presented, we had a key project for all areas of basic service delivery within the municipality. However, for the presentation, we focused on the Osterville substation, which was the electricity project that we identified. I think what's worth noting there is the possible losses that we incurred in that project as a result of delays that were caused by the service provider, like for professional services, around 2 million as indicated in the slides. However, that was also linked to expired contracts around professional services. That project is still ongoing even now, and in terms of the follow-up in the current year, they haven't finalized the agreements in terms of the rates that need to be charged going forward. And I think they are trying to prevent further losses. So it's still a delayed project. Overall, on the electricity projects, there has been a number of electricity projects that are reflected in the financial statements as well, which is allowed in terms of the framework. Hence, you don't see issues around disclosure on delayed projects in the financial statements, but it's a cause for concern because where you've got significantly delayed projects, it means there is a delay as well in terms of the services that are needed by the residents. Then the other project that we looked at was Namibia Stop 8. What happened here is the municipality took around like 12 years to conclude on their planning procedures in order for them to commence with the development. And when we started this project last year, we then confirmed that they were supposed to have completed around 343 houses last year, and they didn't do that. I think the amounts are reflected in the slides, but they had already almost fully spent the budget that was allocated. Around 120 million was spent, and only one unit was completed as at the end of the audit last year, instead of the 343 from their plan. So in the current year, we're also doing a follow-up on this one, and currently we're still engaging management on it. But again, the project is still not complete. There are revised budgets as well as timelines, but the major concern for us is just the lack of services that are supposed to, in this case, houses that are supposed to be, provided to the residents, and also the impact in terms of the basic services where they are currently situated, because what the municipality does is they find interim accommodation where they can house residents. However, there is matters of overcrowding when you start evaluating the basic services that are given to them, like water as well as electricity. So the abolition blocks as well, where their sanitation services are a major concern right now, and it's an issue that we are following up with. I think to sum it, there is a bit of a concern, in fact, a major concern on our side when it comes to the delay in housing projects, as well as the condition of those temporary housing places where the residents are placed in the interim. So that's just one area that we're also following up this year, and are already identifying, potential matters that we also would like to pursue further for material irregularities, so we can enforce, improvement in the provision of this service. That was just on the housing and electricity. Then we looked at the wastewater treatment works, because.
Chair, so once again, I'm sorry for delay. She just said that one house was completed, and when I was reading, it says 3 houses were completed. It doesn't mean it's better for 420, but I'm saying on here it says 3 were reported completed. So you said 1. So there's a mistake here on this.
Honorable Member, through you, Chair, on me, the mistake is me. The credible.
Okay, thank you.
There. Yeah,
no, I
thank
just
you.
wanted to.
Okay. So then we also visited 2 wastewater treatment works last year, Umbilo, Hammersdale, which linked with Umdloti wastewater treatment works. The Hammersdale one was in a good condition, so there were no major concerns raised there. However, the Umbilo wastewater treatment works had effluent that was being discharged to rivers, leading to oceans and leading to the beach closures in eThekwini. So we then raised that as a material irregularity, which we reported in this financial year, that we started that audit last year. And just to also close on those wastewater treatment works, there was one that we had also issued last year during this audit, talking to the Northern Wastewater Treatment Works, and both material irregularities are in the process of being taken further in terms of a referral to the Department of Water and Sanitation. So those processes are internally happening. So it's a major concern that we have raised with the municipality. I think at first there was a concern on our side, especially last year, on the turnaround time that the accounting officer or the city manager was taking to even respond to the issues that we were raising. And we raised that with them last year, and also emphasized to Audit Committee, MPAC, as well as EXCO, and we have seen an improvement around those, them actually, responding to our material irregularity notifications and further requests for information. So those 2 MIs are currently then going to be referred. The municipality has also, as part of their actions in trying to resolve these wastewater treatment works, they've also managed to have an agreement with the water board in the province, Uthukela Umgeni Water, to manage some of their wastewater treatment works, which is a positive in trying to deal with these wastewater treatment works issues. I think on disaster management, we wanted to just evaluate, because in the last couple of years, 3 or so, or 4, there has been floods in KZN and other disasters that we saw last year. And we said, let's evaluate their response plans and budgets and utilization of budgets when it comes to disaster recovery. So that slide, the intention there was to highlight the deficiencies that they have, including the lack of coordination, with affected provincial or national departments that are supposed to assist in disaster response. So that slide was just a value add from our side. Material irregularities, I've already dealt with the wastewater treatment works. We had a number of material irregularities that we issued since we implemented, 8 in total. And when the municipality has dealt with some of the material irregularities, and as illustrated in this table, some of them were actually closed. And the reason why we closed them was the masks ones were relating to COVID. And over the years since we raised them, the accounting officer had actually implemented some corrective actions. So we're able to then close those MIs relating to COVID. The financial losses that were reported there on the tie-ons was 1.8 million, and then on the N95 was 1.03 million. We were satisfied in terms of the actions that the accounting officer took after investigation by their internal investigating unit. And I think one that remains is the suspected fraud. So we raised a suspected material irregularity in this case, and that is relating to payments that were made to a service provider for investigative services where the municipality could not demonstrate the value that they received for those. And after we raised that material irregularity, the accounting officer, including some investigations that were done by the Provincial Office of the Premier, confirmed that this was a valid suspected fraud case. And then they also started the process, I think only this year though, of issuing summons and so forth in terms of recovery of the losses that we reported, which in our suspected MI amounted to 21 million. So that MI is currently also under review in terms of resolving it, because appropriate actions are being taken by the accounting officer. Then we had an MI on the EPWP program, where we identified a likely financial loss of around 5.5 million. And this was linked to various deficiencies that we identified in the program, but were also deficiencies that had been identified in the past by the investigating unit, however, had not been dealt with by the municipality. So there were continuous losses, and to date, in terms of the audit process, 30 June 2023, there were still financial losses. And it was relating to basically where there were beneficiaries that were included in the database of beneficiaries, even though they were terminated. So their contracts were up, but they were still receiving payments because they were included in the database that is certified for payment. And also there were cases where people could not provide the appropriate supporting documentation to illustrate that they had worked what they had been paid for. And then we also identified matters of deceased beneficiaries when we ran our computer-assisted audit techniques, and also matters where there were people who had suppliers in government, doing business with government institutions. So all those were then summed up to this likely financial loss of 5.5 million. We are not satisfied with the actions that are being taken by the accounting officer on this one in particular, and looking then into taking it further in terms of referral or recommendations in the audit report. That process is still happening. And then the PEP, which was the Presidential Expenditure Program, that one was similar to the EPWP, however, had a financial loss that was lower. I don't have it with me right now, but it was lower than the 5.5 million. And they were able to deal with the issues. And the major issues was the double dipping. So they had procedures where they then partnered with the Department of Labor to identify, possible beneficiaries that shouldn't have benefited, and were able to resolve those matters. So we're able to close that MI in this financial year. Then the two on the wastewater treatment works I've dealt with. I think our call to action that we left with the municipality was basically all the concerns around the governance, the non-compliances, the instabilities in SCM, the lack of speeding up investigations and taking, disciplinaries for financial misconduct. We were saying that they need to intensify, implementation of recommendations in that regard, because it creates a culture where people continually non-comply, and then they contribute to the increased irregular expenditure. And then project management around infrastructure, as well as proper planning, was something that we said they need to focus on, because there was a lack of coordination in terms of the planning of the project, in terms of the implementation of the project versus the budgets that are allocated in the project and how they are reported on actual expenditure. And we actually had a finding that we included in the audit report on the lack of measures to monitor ongoing projects. So that's a major concern for us, because if you are not able then to monitor your projects, you will have delays in implementation of those projects, as has been said before, that in their financial statements they've got a long list of significantly projects that are taking significantly longer to complete. And then we called for action in terms of the MPAC, as well as the audit committee, just to intensify the oversight and hold management to account. And also, in particular, the city manager, because we had, raised our concerns last year in terms of his availability, even during the audit process. So we have seen, though, improvement in this financial year around those matters. Then this is the overall call to action to the committee, and I'll just give it back to Noma. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I think in the interest of time, because it was included also in our presentation, I'm not going to go through the details, but it's related to the call to action that we left with the municipality with our recommendations. It is really to assist in terms of monitoring that there are implementation plans, there are follow-ups, and they are doing what they should be doing to improve compliance, to improve service delivery through project management and infrastructure monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that that presentation. So I think we've run out of time. I think what we will do in both instances, because there are cases where there are issues of service providers, overpayment, and so on. So we've made notes here at the table in terms of some of the detail that we are going to ask for in writing from you, so that we can then make further inquiries with the municipalities themselves, with a view to informing our oversight process, and that applies to both municipalities, the municipality and the metro. So we will be in touch with both of you in the same week that we said we will be with our Tambo district municipalities. It's not another long presentation. So how we're able to assist one another in between now and then determines how long the conversation is. So it might be really short or not necessary at all. I will ask the members to just provide it to the extent that if you've got any specific questions that we need to ask for written submissions, please provide that to the committee secretary so that we can transmit those during the course of this week. So if you can, in a short email, and so on. Honorable Skosana, is your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to check, I got something else today here. Maybe it's a new way of doing things. I saw 3.600 million. So I don't understand that on the slide here. What I'm saying is 3, and then it's 0.600 million. Now I'm saying, is this a 3.6 billion, or is it? I don't understand that.
It's 3.6 billion, right? So when it's 3.600, yeah, there might be a typo, but it's 3.6 billion.
Yes, yeah. In fact, that's what I'm saying, because I've never seen 3.600 million. No, I've never seen that.
Okay, so I think just for the people that do the presentations, if you can be consistent with the numerical expressions, so that they're also, again, helpful to the committee. Okay, so, I wanted
Chair,
to...
Oh, yeah, you close. So are they not coming back, Chair? Make one municipality, one, because there's too many things here. Well, right, it's fine, there's no problem. But it would be nice to ask you, you know, of what you've presented here, scary as usually. But thank you, Chair.
No. So, Honorable Skosana, remember what I said is, so we go on constituency next week. The following week is set aside for committee work. So we are then going to use the committee work for these 3 follow-ups. What we'll do to assist with those conversations, we will send written queries for them to prepare so that when we talk, then we've got as much prior information as possible. So I want to thank you again to the Office of the Auditor General. We know that the work that you do is not easy. I think sometimes people look at you, give you looks that could kill, because you're asking questions. But you must remind them that you are the first wife here at Scope. You are the first wife here at Scope. So your opinion really matters at head office, because it is taken very seriously. So thank you very much. We will do those follow-ups. You'll hear from the committee secretariat about what those queries for each one of you, and your colleague is here as well, who's based in Parliament. So we work very closely with them to make sure that we get what we need. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, members.